I'd like to declare tonight's meeting of Council open and welcome everybody to the meeting. Our Acknowledgement of Country and Prayer of Council will be read by Pastor Claudio Alossi from the Living Grace Christian Church. So if you could all be upstanding, and that will be followed by the National Anthem.
Before we begin proceedings, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present. The Cabrogal clan of the Darug Nation. I also acknowledge that this land was accessed by peoples of the Darawal and Darug nations. Affirmation of Council. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all of Liverpool's residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by Council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the Mayor, councillors and staff of Council and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. Let us pray. Our God and our Father, we thank you for this country in which we live, and we thank you for the city of Liverpool. We thank you for the many people who have come from many places to make Liverpool their home. We thank you for our council, and we pray tonight for our Mayor as she chairs the meeting, and for each council member who will consider the matters on the agenda. And we just pray for wisdom, that we might indeed be wisely and quietly governed. And we pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who come across the seas, we've boundless place to share. With courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
You can all be seated, thank you. Okay, apologies. We have one apology for Councillor Balut. Any other apologies? No. Could someone move the apologies?
Move that way. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. Seconded.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Ayard. I'll put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. I have 3 condolences, which I will read. One is for the victims of the Sri Lankan terrorist attack, which on the 21st of April 2019, 250 lives were lost and hundreds injured in the bombing at 3 churches and 3 hotels in Colombo, the capital of Sri Lanka. The victims were ordinary people, men, women and children. To see hundreds of lives so brutally taken away by an act of terrorism is devastating. Many people in Liverpool, particularly I've got the flu, so my brain is a bit sad. Sri Lankan community were deeply affected by this horrific act, and it is important that we express our sympathies and solidarity to the community and that country around the world at this time. I expressed our deepest condolences to the families and friends of victims at this difficult time, and everybody has a right to feel safe, included and respected no matter where they live or what religion they follow. On the 21st of March 2019, Liverpool City Council and the Western Sydney Migrant Resource Centre organised the signing of the Declaration of Cultural and Religious Harmony following the Christchurch terrorist attack on the 15th of March. It pains our community to see such unrest in the world, all because of intolerance and prejudice. However, let us not fall into despair, but instead remind ourselves to act with kindness and to reject hatred. I recommend that Council write to the Consulate expressing our condolences and solidarity, condemning such violence. The next condolence is Ken Dixon. Ken passed away on May 2019 at the age of 89. He was a value member of the Liverpool City Council's Environmental Volunteer Program and was the program's most senior bush care volunteer. His years of volunteering for the Weaving Garden group in Casula was officially recognised when he received the Fraser Environmental Award as a part of Council's 2018 Australia Day Awards. The Liverpool community is grateful for Ken's invaluable contribution towards greening our city for future generations. May his community spirit live on in all those that had the pleasure of knowing him. On behalf of all of the Liverpool City Council, I express my deepest condolences to Ken Dixon's family and friends at this difficult time. May he rest in peace. And the third one, which is very touched by many people here, is Mark Wilson. Mark Wilson passed away suddenly after being hit by a car on the 16th of May 2019. Mark trained as an architect and joined Liverpool Council in mid-2006. He worked on a number of roles in asset, infrastructure and environment and in property. In his most recent role, Mark worked on several property projects. He helped the State Emergency Service relocate to Rose Street Depot to a repurposed building in Hoxton Park Road. He also assisted in repurposing the existing State Emergency Service facility to accommodate the Liverpool Men's Shed. Prior to this, he helped deliver the North Wing at Council's Hoxton Park Road offices and bring the Macquarie Mall to life. The news of Mark's passing is shocking and distressing to staff at the council. Mark will be remembered for his lovely presence. He always had a smile and was willing to assist and help. Even when he had complex projects to manage, he did it in good humour. The Liverpool community is grateful for Mark's significant contributions to our city, and our thoughts are with his family at this very difficult time. May Mark rest in peace. I move the normal condolences be conveyed. Thank you. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against. We'll now stand for a minute's silence. Thank you. You can all be seated. There is a condolence book that's being moved around the councillors. Councillor Cunnib had it a moment ago.
Sorry, just to advise, Tony wants to move an urgency motion about Emerald Banking to mobile banking. It's pretty reasonable.
Okay, no worries. After the mayoral minutes. So if Councillor Cunnib could ensure the book moves along, that'd be terrific. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is a mayoral minute. We have two, I believe. Just checking to make sure. Oh no, I apologise. It's not the mayoral minutes. It's confirmation of the minutes. I had minutes in the right place, but the wrong word. Would someone like to move the minutes, please?
Yes,
Thank you,
I'll move
Councillor Hales.
confirmation.
Seconded, Councillor Shelton. Councillor Shelton, what was your comment? Sorry.
I just noticed in passing that on page 12 it indicates that Clermont Street has been named, and I think subsequent to that there was advice from the Geographical Naming Board that the name of Clermont Street won't actually be proceeding because it's very similar to Claremont Street, which is nearby. It's not actually an amendment, it's just a comment.
No, just raising it. It's being dealt with today, Councillor. Okay, with those comments and moved and seconded, I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Any declarations of interest? Bless you.
Yes, Mayor.
Bless you again.
I would like to declare a interest in COM02 grants, donations and corporate sponsorship. I am the chair of one of the organisations that is not getting a grant. I guess that makes it non-pecuniary and less than significant, and I'll stay in the room.
Okay, then, no problems.
Madam Mayor, I also...
Wait a minute, Councillor Ayad. Councillor Hadid beat you to it.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm declaring interest on Conf 0506. It's non-pecuniary, it's significant. I will leave the room. I'm the president of the Australian Islamic House, the landowner of 2094 Camden Valley Way, Edmondson Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ayad.
yes, Madam Mayor, I have to declare an interest in Conf 08. Now, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure how much information I can provide or how much information you want about my interest. It's non-pecuniary, less than significant, but in regards to the individual in this motion, my husband and myself have had financial dealings with her father. So he owns a local business. He's a local real estate agent. I mean, how much information do I need to provide?
For you to rule, but
I think that you need to put that on the form, Councillor, about
Okay.
what your issues are.
Okay,
and
thank you.
you are staying in the room?
Yes, I'll stay in the room.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I may have to declare an interest in the same matter, as I also have had a financial dealing with the person in question's father.
Okay, so you're Conf 08 as well?
Yes, I'll leave the room.
You'll leave the room, okay. Yes, Councillor Hart.
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor. NOM 05, Warwick Farm.
NOM 05, yes.
Yes, it's less than significant, non-pecuniary. I have family in the area, of course.
Yep. And you're staying? Okay, thank you. Can you just ensure that you all get your forms filled in, please? George is coming around with them now. If you need one, put your hand up. That might be easier. Thank you, councillors. At least you're not all on the one item. Okay, the next item is the public forum, and the first speaker is Mr Ian Bailey, who wishes to talk about podcasting. have two. One is the report on the ALGA conference, which happened on the 29th of May. No, that is today, so that is not when it happened. It happened between the 4th and 6th of April. Liverpool City Council hosted the ALGA New South Wales branch conference, and we had more than 100 women from all over the state gathered at the Casula Powerhouse to attend the forum. This year's theme was Make Your Mark, and inspiring guest speakers included TV journalist Jessica Rowe, AM, Olympic gold medalist Chloe Esposito, and author and leadership mentor Avril Henry. Guests also participated in workshops about resilience and communicating with credibility. Multiple units across council were involved in organising the three-day conference, and I'd like to congratulate all the staff who were very hard-working and committed to the event. The conference was a wonderful success and again put the city in a spotlight. So I'd like to formally move that council receives the notes this minute and congratulates all the staff involved. So I therefore move that. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is celebrating major infrastructure projects. In May, Liverpool Council celebrated two big openings of major infrastructure projects, the Casula Parklands and the Benira Road Extension. More than 1,000 people attended each event. Casula Parklands is a state-of-the-art adventure playground featuring play equipment for visitors and of all ages and abilities, and I know councillors that are able to use the equipment, and also off-leash parks for small and large dogs. The Benira Road Extension is a four-lane highway road stretching 1.35 kilometres that provides users easy access through Edmondson Park to the train station. The new playground and the road will make Liverpool a much better place to work and learn and live. And I believe the money involved with the road was $35 million. Large-scale projects like these require an effort, again, from various units within council, including the city infrastructure environment and city presentation, city community and culture to property, and congratulations to all the staff who worked very hard to make sure these projects happened on time and in a timely manner, and also in a budgetary responsible way. So I'd like to thank the staff involved on behalf of the council, and I move that we receive and note the report and we congratulate the staff involved. I'd like to formally move that. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. You have an urgency motion, councillor.
Thanks, Mayor, I do, and I'll just get it up on the screen in relation to, just as way of background, notification has been received only in the last day or two for the public meeting for the Moorebank Intermodal West Concept Plan. Seems like they haven't listened to the previous issues that we've had. This meeting is scheduled for 10:30 a.m. We've made plenty of requests previously that it's not held during the day, that they start late afternoon in order to allow people to get there. And all I'm asking for, Mayor, is that we make urgent representations to the Planning Commission, and it's up there somewhere.
Well, first of all, I will rule it as urgent.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Thanks.
Thought you might like that.
Thanks.
And second, continue your formally moving that council...
make representations to the Independent Planning Commission, forcefully requesting that the public meeting planned for Tuesday 18 June at 10:30 a.m. be changed to late afternoon as to allow residents to attend, and make representations on the white elephant called the Moorebank Intermodal.
Councillor, I would suggest that it's a marvellous motion, but I think make representations on the piece of infrastructure called the Moorebank Intermodal. I don't think getting into white elephants and naming things at this point would be useful to our
Thanks
cause.
for your input, Mayor. I'll take that on board.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Okay, seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Is there any opposition to this? All right, I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is...
Madam Mayor, can we note that it was...
Unanimous, yes, certainly. We can have the minutes show that was unanimous. The next item is on page 41 is the rescission motion. It's standing in the name of 3 councillors.
Yes, I'll move a motion on that, Madam Mayor.
So you're moving the rescission,
Yes.
Councillor Rhodes, seconding? Happy to do that. Thank you, Councillor. Do you wish to speak to your reasons?
Well, the motion, Madam Mayor, would be that simply the resolution relating to NOM 01 about the local government council meeting on the 17th April be rescinded.
Okay, so you just want the rescission motion to rescind that particular motion. So, all right then, we have a mover and a second. Any speakers?
I'll speak for it, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead,
And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the last council meeting, but having been able to view it online, I think my fellow councillor put up a great argument, and you'll all be shocked to hear me say that, but well done, councillor, on the argument put forward, but unfortunately it fell on deaf ears. At the end of the day, the government was elected to do a job.
Councillor, what's your point of order?
The councillor's making inferences about other councillors' ability to hear. So he said fell on deaf ears. Take offence to that.
I think, councillor, you probably do need to reword it. I think councillors in this forum do have ears and can listen.
Apologies, Mayor, but it is a saying that is common.
I think what you're saying is that the motion didn't proceed.
Government was elected to do a job, went to the polls, they did a job, they restructured. Similar to what this council did when it came into council only a couple of years ago. Councillor Haggerty, you'll probably remember, when council came in, you supported a restructure of this council. Some positions disappeared, some departments were merged. It's the planning of council where council chose that was the best direction that it was to go in, and I'm sure one of your hands went up and it was your business and your right to do so. At the end of the day, the Office of Local Government is still there. We know that we can call upon them when we choose to do so. If the government wants to go in there and merge departments in order to pass on savings, well then that's up to them. It's not our business to get involved in theirs, just like it's not their business when we put up a restructure of this council to hear from them to say you shouldn't have got rid of that person, you shouldn't have terminated that position and paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars to get rid of contracts. Their business is theirs, our business is ours. If we need the Department of Local Government, they're still there and life just goes on.
Thank you. Any speakers against the rescission motion?
I'd like to speak against
Yes,
that.
Councillor Haggerty.
Yep. I'll just repeat what I said when this motion came up. Essentially, what this restructure means is that the Office of Local Government doesn't have a seat at the table. So, as it currently exists, the Office of Local Government reports directly to the Minister through the Department Secretary. So whenever the Minister has a meeting with all his bureaucrats, his top bureaucrats, local government has a seat at the table. There is one person there whose sole job is to represent the Office of Local Government. As part of this restructure, they're now way down the pecking order, and the person at the table that represents local government is the Deputy Secretary of Planning. So they're looking after planning, they're looking after environment, they're looking after heritage, they're looking after local government. We are a tier of government. We are one of the 3 tiers of government. At the very least, we should have a table, and when it comes to meetings with the relevant minister.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak against.
Yes,
the motion.
Councillor.
I take on board the councillor's point regarding not interfering in another organisation's restructure. However, as an organisation that's directly affected and perhaps with our capacity to advocate directly reduced by this restructure, we have to advocate for ourselves. We have to make sure that our influence in some of these discussions, in some of these decision-making platforms are not reduced as a result of this. And one of the impacts may potentially be through the reduction of the budget or through the reduction of our ability as councillors to get advice and information from the body. So I don't see why we shouldn't be advocating in our own best interests.
Thank you. Any speakers for?
Yeah, I'll speak for it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, if we listen to the advice of the local government of New South Wales, if we listen to the advice from the Minister herself, if we listen to the Office of Local Government, they are telling us it is going to be business as usual. We have to give them the opportunity. We haven't got anything to complain about. We've got a few things on the table at the moment in this meeting. I'm saying that you can't complain or say that you're not being truly represented until you have a case that supports that. At the moment, we don't have a case that supports that, so let's give these people a go. Let's give this minister a go. And if there is truly a reason to complain, then we should complain. I think that it is not going to do us any good by complaining about a situation that you don't know is not going to be a successful outcome in dealing with all of the issues relating to local government. We have to take the advice of the Office of Local Government, who says that it is going to be business as usual, who tells us that they will still be giving us the information that we need as councillors to be able to continue the governance of local government. We are told by the Minister that she is not going to sit on her hands, that she will be advocating in the strongest way possible to support local government. The local government of New South Wales is willing to give this new structure a go. I say that we are acting prematurely. We have got nothing to complain about at this stage. Let's see what happens.
Thank you. Any other speakers? All right, we've had debate. Does the mover wish to the right of reply?
I'll classify my last one as the right of reply, unless Councillor Chitty. No.
No? Okay. I'm going to put it. Those who wish to support the rescission motion, please raise your hands. Those against, declare the rescission motion won. Thank you. So you've just rescinded that previous motion. The other rescission motion, as you can see on your note, will be dealt with in confidential.
Sorry, Mayor, just on that last one, I didn't have enough time to count the numbers there.
It was 4-5.
Sorry. Happy to move the next item, Mayor.
All right, we'll do it again. Those in favour, please raise your hands. There's 5. Those against? Okay, well, I declare that it has gone the other way. I'm voting to actually uphold the motion. I have to be honest with the public and with the councillors. I have a basic issue with a minister with no portfolio. And I have been in local government over 20
sorry,
years.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes, councillor.
In a couple of things. Firstly, the mayoral casting needs to be noted.
Yes,
and secondly, debate for that item is closed.
Yes, I just want to explain my position because I haven't entered a debate, councillor, and my position is that is why.
Can we then recall the item and have it debated? Because I think it's unfair once a motion's moved that it continues.
I will shut up, councillor, for the sake of time.
No, I'm not saying that, Mayor.
No, it's fine. There's a very large agenda and I won't bore people to tears. Okay, the next item is the rescission motion, which is Conf 04, which will be moved into confidential. The next item on our agenda is on page 42.
Madam Mayor, could I ask for the order procedure to be changed?
What do you wish to do, councillor?
Well, we have a very large number of people in the audience that are interested in the Warwick Farm motion, notice of motion. Could we bring that forward?
Nom.
Unless
05.
Councillor Ayard wants to change that?
Yep. I'm happy to entertain that for you, councillor.
I'll second that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. As Chair, I'm happy to change the agenda. So we will deal with Nom 05, which is on page 304. Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. It's in the name of Councillor Ayad. Councillor Ayad, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Madam Mayor, I just had some questions before I go ahead and move the motion. Sorry, I'm just gathering my papers. Okay, so I was interested to know, have the truck counts in that area, in the Warwick Farm precinct, been subject to a study there in the past?
I can't speak to the history, but the NOM details that we need to do a further truck study, and we're proposing doing that in the near future to ensure that we have detailed information.
Yeah, I just, if there is one, I would like it included in the number 4 there, on that motion, if there is one.
Mr.
lying
Murphy, are
around
you
somewhere.
aware when the last truck count was done in the area?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the last count would have been done about 3 or 4 years ago.
We consider that out of date now, and certainly we believe that there is a reason to do a further truck study for the
Sure.
area.
And do you think it would be of benefit if we had the newer results and then the older results just to compare?
Absolutely, happy to provide those to councillors, and in fact they can become a public document. There's no issue with that.
Okay, perfect. I just want to know also, what has council done to implement the resolution of mixed use since the August 2017 meeting?
There's been no changes to zoning in the Warwick Farm area at the moment, so the zoning remains as it is. As we've detailed to letters to residents recently, that any change to zoning will be reviewed and considered during as part of the LEP review, which is currently underway.
Okay, can you please clarify what you mean by no change to zoning? Because according to the minutes of the August 2017 meeting, this council resolved to endorse a mixed business use. I can even refer you to, so it was, did I say so it was August 2017, the 30th of August. It's in the September minutes on page 52.
I don't have that in front of me, so I'd need to look into it further for you. But at this point in time, the zoning that was current at that point has remained the same. It does allow what you would describe as mixed use, which is there is a combination of residential and industrial in that area. So the current activities are not inconsistent with mixed use. Mr. Moore, is there anything to add there?
Through you, CEO, only to say that the process for making a change to the zoning always involves a lot of detailed studies. It's true that there's been a lot of work happening in the city centre area, as was pointed out tonight in public submissions, including Warwick Farm. And the results of that work have highlighted a number of actions that need to be looked at, including things other than just land use zoning, including things like traffic and access to and within the CBD. So that work is underway, and that's just some of the studies that need to be done before zoning changes happen. But I can confirm what the CEO says. There has not been any change to the zoning, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done before we can make a change to that zoning.
So can I be painful and just jump in for a sec? So if council was to receive, let's say, a planning proposal for a mixed use in that area currently, how much weight is given to the collaboration area, colours, maps, that this council did not endorse in a meeting? So you're saying that the zoning hasn't changed. So if a planning proposal was to hit your door tomorrow saying we want a mixed-use development, how much weight is given to the collaboration area zoning colours?
Through the CEO, I can't give you an exact amount of weight because that actually hasn't been tested yet, but what I can say is that the place strategy is called up in the district plan, a plan that sets the long-term strategy for the wider area of Western Sydney. So it's given some recognition there. It's therefore a matter that must be considered, but at the end of the day, as you know, a decision on a planning proposal is one that's made by the council. So it's a matter you would take into consideration. Council could resolve in whichever way they wished with the evidence and the information in front of them in relation to that particular planning proposal.
Thank you. I take your point that it does come to council and council resolves what it chooses to, but obviously a council officer's recommendation followed by the local planning panel input plays or has major weight into some or into councillors' decision making at the end. So again, I'll ask, how much weight will be given if you were to receive a planning proposal? Would you then just say, no, it's not consistent with the place plan, so we can't do this. It's almost consistent. You shouldn't be doing it because of this. I'm just trying to get my head around, the zoning hasn't changed. There's another map there that hasn't been endorsed by council, yet I can see something coming to council that says it's not consistent with what Macquarie Street wants to do, so we're not supporting this.
I can only echo what Mr Moore said, is that it does fundamentally come to council, and yes, we're required to take the district plan and the Greater Sydney Commission's plan, as well as direction from the state government, into consideration when we make recommendations to councillors. But if a planning proposal comes to councillors, it's considered in terms of its strategic merit as well. I think as well, councillors, that as Mr Moore said, it actually hasn't been tested, and whether mixed use, as councillors are defining it, which may be slightly different to the way I'd define it, which would be, for instance, a B4 zone, whether that's inconsistent with the broader aspiration of Greater Sydney Commission would probably be looked at on a block by block or proposal by proposal merit. A B4 zoning, for instance, allows residential with mixed use, with the type of advanced manufacturing that would be consistent with the hospital. So it would really be very dependent on the individual proposal, I think, is the only answer I can give you, to be frank and honest. Yep.
Thanks. Okay, so in August last year, council resolved not to support that plan, and it was unanimous. The whole of council, was an urgency motion that I put forward. What has happened since there? I know that you did send a letter or an email or something, but can you just talk us through what has happened since then, after that initial council doesn't support this? What discussions have had? What's happened?
Yeah, so there's two particular matters in relation to the collaboration area. There are the proposed land uses, and I want to be really clear that that's not LEP. That's a broader direction towards land use. And to give an example, for instance, Amendment 52 has nuances throughout it that are picked up for our LEP. That would be the same as any other area that is affected by the collaboration area. And the LEP, as you're aware, is fundamentally council's document, and we're in the process of doing that LEP review now. So to some extent, that staff need to be guided by what the district plan says, and it's not just in relation to the collaboration area, it's in relation to a whole lot of other matters, for instance, agricultural lands in the rural area. So that's in relation to the land use zoning, and as I detailed to Councillor Ayad's question, the LEP review is being undertaken now. So that's your answer in relation to that. The other factor in the collaboration area, and I think that it's the one that's more significant, is the commitment from a range of state agencies to undertake different activities. There are a number of them that were considered more pressing rather than others, and they're the ones councillors focused on making sure are occurring. One of them is at our direction, which is a floodplain mapping, which I believe is complete or nearly complete, Mr. O'Tara. Others are in relation to Department of Education commitment to look at what school infrastructure they need within the Liverpool area. That they're well down the process of that, and in fact they should be bringing out their proposal within the next 3 months around the infrastructure that they need to deliver within the collaboration area within the next 20 years. Another factor that was considered a matter of urgency in the collaboration area was the master planning for the Liverpool Hospital, after the announcement that the hospital funding for the third tranche of funding for development would be brought forward. So some of those activities, and I can't give you the detail off the top of my head about all 86 of them, but they were particularly pressing commitments from the state government. The other one that is also very significant in relation to the Warwick Farm area was the commitment from RMS to do the detailed traffic study that would take into account, in particular, cluster points that were difficult, such as Warwick Farm, speaking to how to manage some of those traffic conflicts and manage some of the issues around basically the ring road nature of Liverpool. So the collaboration area itself is an attempt to bring together the state agencies to work to resolve some of the more wicked issues, and the 86 actions you'll see there have been prioritised depending on what is a particular need and what can be moved forward at the moment.
Right,
So
sorry,
still going.
I won't be long. So on the 30th of August 17, and we're talking about this hasn't been tested yet, council, and I won't say who voted for and against, people can look that up, that council endorses a vision for mixed-use development comprising employment, housing and retail for the Warwick Farm precinct. On being put, the motion was declared carried, 5 for against, so it was passed. Given that council now is putting together its LEP, which we'll see shortly, are council staff working towards a resolution of council which says mixed-use development? Is that the plan we're going to see?
Well, we have to take guidance and direction from council, so that will be part of the LEP that will be put towards you and for you to discuss as well. Noting, of course, that there also has to be a level of consistency with the district plan.
All right.
And we can discuss that with you as councillors.
All right, and I thank you for that, and we do have to relate to that, but we just heard that we need to test it. Given that council has a vision that has been passed by council, is still on the books, I then take it that the plan that's going to be presented by council staff to council to endorse the LEP will have Warwick Farm as a mixed-use development comprising employment, housing, retail, which then, depending on what council chooses to do, will send to Gateway, and then quite possibly could get knocked on the head down there, or could come back saying yes, subject to a lot of conditions. So based on that resolution, a council working towards staff presenting council with a plan for Warwick Farm that is consistent with the resolution of 30th of August 2017.
Yep, well, that's your resolution, so we have to bring that to you. And what I want to stress, though, Councillor, is that I think there are ways that can be dealt with in a manner that is not inconsistent, as well with the collaboration area, which would help it get through any potential gateway. Mr Moore, is there anything I need to add?
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, through this...
Excuse me a minute, Councillor Haggerty has been waiting. Councillor Haggerty's
Thank
next.
you. So in days gone by, I'm sort of summarising here, but if a council wanted to rezone something, they'd pass something, rezone it to XYZ3, we'd do it, it'd go up to the government, come back. Now that we've got the various committees and, collaboration areas and commissions and all that, I guess where direction was coming solely from council, are we now in the situation where you're basically sandwiched between direction coming from council and direction coming from these unelected bodies appointed by the state government, such as the Greater Sydney Commission, and that the reason this hasn't been implemented is because, but having to consult all these bodies and be consistent with these bodies has slowed the process down, but no doubt it will form part of the LEP process. Is that a fair summary?
Yes and no. Firstly, as Mr Moore said, to rezone an entire area is an extremely complex piece of work. And it require, if you wanted to rezone all of Warwick Farm, for instance, which that direction basically says to do, you would need all of the things that we've discussed in the past, like employment studies, industrial land studies. We're doing all of that as part of the LEP review. A spot rezoning, if a spot rezoning had come, and I might add none have come at this point in time, which is why, as Mr Moore says, it hasn't been tested, can be done faster and looking at more of a strategic merit case. It's not as complex as a larger scale rezoning. If a spot rezoning came to council, it would, and you deal with them all the time, there's a couple coming up now, it would be dealt with like it is dealt with in any other factor. I think there is some merit in your concerns that there is more interest from the state on what councils do with their local planning. I also, however, feel that the collaboration area was, and as I expressed at the time, a genuine attempt from the state to give councils better direction about what state agencies were willing and able to approve in the future. So rather than councils spend a lot of time and energy doing something that was not able to be supported by state infrastructure, they were using that mechanism, and note we were the first collaboration area they did, so they've learned a lot of lessons from it, but they were using that mechanism to try and provide some guidance to say, unless the state agencies come to the table with all of these things, for instance, more schools in the Liverpool area, better transport connections, better road links, then you will be unable to manage anything else. So the map that they've given is broadly a map of what state agencies can commit to, and therefore to provide some guidance around what council may wish to do.
All right, so if there was concern that this motion was passed in November 2017, or it was, and then council staff had sat on their hands. That's certainly not the case, because the collaboration area work's being done, the traffic study, the employment study, and that's all going to be, and it's going through the LEP process. So work is being done to get there.
If we attempted to put up major rezoning without an employment study, without an industrial land study, without a housing study, we would get nowhere. It would simply be sent back from the Department of Planning advising that we needed to provide those studies. Now, the timing of this is consistent with the timing of us undertaking our LEP review. To be frank, this is you've seen how long rezonings can take. This is probably a faster mechanism to look at this area than it would be if it had been done in isolation, because we would be required to undertake all of those studies as well.
Are we going to? I'm going to put a motion.
No, you're not. You're going to hold your horses. Councillor Rhodes, you had a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, through the CEO. What I am having difficulty understanding is the collaboration. I can understand collaboration in greenbelt areas where they say, yes, we're going to zone this, this and this, okay? But to zone a area that is already populated without even consulting with the residents that are in that area, to me just seems so wrong. I mean, local government has to represent the constituents, and yet in this particular incident...
Hold on, Councillor, point of order.
Yes, correct, but just on the facts. I don't think that's factually correct, what's being alleged there.
Well, I think right now, that's not a question. We're turning into a debate. So
no, it's a question.
The question
it's a question. If you'll give me enough time, please.
Well...
The question is, explain to me, was a suggestion ever given to the collaboration people that from council that they wanted this sort of planning in that area? Or did they just pluck it out of the air and say, yep, we're going to put that there?
Councillor, again, the collaboration area is not a zoning document. No zoning has changed as of today. The Greater Sydney Commission does not, I don't believe, I think only DPE does, the Greater Sydney Commission doesn't have the authority to set zoning. What they've done is create a guide that says this is the infrastructure that state government believe that they are able to commit to in the broader area for the next 20 years, and where they see things as working most functionally. The LEP is council's own document. So the collaboration area may set some guide, and I refer again, because we all know it very well, to Amendment 52. The collaboration area is consistent with Amendment 52, but within Amendment 52, there is multiple nuances around zoning in the LEP and the DCP as well that respond to what council wish to do. So even though the Greater Sydney Commission might say that's an area that's meant to be commercial with some residential on the outside, that's all the direction they're giving. They're not telling you this particular block should be this or this particular block should be that. That's for council to do. So we are doing that through the LEP review, taking into account the collaboration area, because if we're told that the infrastructure simply doesn't exist to do X, Y and Z, we need to bring that to councillors so that they can help make good decisions about it. So we take into account the collaboration area. But the LEP rezoning is directed by council. You tell council staff what you wish to do. We make the absolute best case with the best evidence we can through Department of Planning to do that. As I said, I don't think anything that council are looking for is entirely inconsistent with anything in the collaboration area document either. So I think we can probably make a strong case, but again, that's not for me to vote for, councillor, that's for you to determine. But no zoning is done without community consultation. So when you are ready to present your LEP to the community, that will be the point when multiple touch points of consultation will occur about the content in the LEP. So members of the public will be able to look at blocks of land and say, okay, well that's proposed to be an R3, or that's proposed to be an IN2, whatever it is. And that consultation will be done extremely rigorously.
Just one more question, if you may.
No, hold on a moment. Councillor, did you wish to formally move your motion at this point?
I have more questions.
All right, well, your turn for questions. I think Councillor
Thank you. I've come to the realisation I should never let Councillor Hachidi talk, because then everyone gets the invitation.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So my understanding is that the bypass road was approved in 2014, and I was interested to know if any work or plans or tenders had progressed since its approval before the Greater Sydney Commission got involved.
No, that has been rolled into the need for the RMS transport and connection study. I would like to see, we've been putting some pressure on RMS to deliver that sooner rather than later for exactly that reason, but noting that we need RMS approval for major road changes, we need to make sure we've got the study from them.
Okay.
We do have money put aside in the reserve to start the work, so that's remained in reserve. Mr. Otto, I believe that's still in the reserve for land acquisition for that particular project. Yep.
Okay. And how can council progress to make a start on the bypass road and the mixed use if it's not in the new LEP?
Well, if council determines not to change the zoning, and some of the zoning is mixed use, I need to be careful about the way we use that language. But if you choose not to put it in the LEP, it's not going to happen. It's up to you what you determine to put in the LEP. It's not for me to determine that. It obviously, of course, the LEP needs to be gazetted by the Minister for Planning. That's the same as any other planning proposal. But it's for you to determine what goes in there. Likewise, we still have money remaining to start land acquisition for the bypass road, but without RMS approval and consent around that, we're not going to go out and buy land that we might not need at this point in time.
Okay. And has there been any progress to the master site?
My understanding is that a planning proposal was intended to be put to the planning panel by the owners of the master site. They then withdrew that and they now intend to bring that to council. I'm not sure whether it's been submitted or not yet, Mr Moore. It has been submitted, so, and in fact, no, I do know it's been submitted, and considering the contentiousness of that site, we've put it out to an independent company to assess the application, so that will come back to council in due course.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move my motion with, I've got some things to add, if I can just pass them to the top.
Yes, certainly. Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'll know Councillor Hadid wants to ask some questions.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, look, Madam Mayor, in the past, open request from the resident of Warwick Farm, Council passed a resolution to have a mixed use in the area. What I believe Council should do now, because we are not going to change our mind, we're not shying away of it. What I would love to see now, that Council direct the CEO to reconfirm the Council resolution and a position in this regard to the relevant authorities and start open and act open the resolutions. Thank you.
Mayor, just a question if I can.
No, can I have, I think he's asked
Councillor
about
Haggerty?
20.
Yes, go on quickly while Councillor
right.
Yard's getting her type.
So just seeking a little bit of clarity here. So the collaboration area is driven by the Greater Sydney Commission, which is a state government agency. It's not driven by council. Council's council's made no changes on zoning. They haven't said one way or the other. And as part of the collaboration area, council is one of, is it 23 other agencies? We're just one of many sort of people involved in that. Department of Education, Department of RMS, unis, hospitals, local health. There are 23 agencies involved, one of which is council and is being driven by the state government. That's correct, is it?
Yeah, the Greater Sydney Commission lead the collaboration areas. Now the 86 actions are in the implementation phase. The monitoring of those actions is jointly shared by myself and our Western Sydney District Commissioner, so the Greater Sydney Commission remains that. It was very important to me that Council took some courage of making sure that those commitments are acted upon.
So, thanks. You're right? Thanks. Can I just go back to the question about what happened after the urgency motion about a year ago to tell the Commission that we weren't happy with their plans, because I think Councillor Haggerty then jumped in.
Yes, Councillor, as you will be aware, I wrote directly to Sarah Hill, the Chief Executive of Greater Sydney Commission. I also conveyed that through our then Acting District Commissioner, Mr Jeff Roberts. I detailed that Council had not endorsed the collaboration area and that there were some matters that I met with Sarah and detailed that there were some matters in particular that Council was dissatisfied with, in particularly relation to the Warwick Farm area. At that point, we began our process around the LEP review, and as we work through the LSPS, the Local Strategic Planning Statement, and the LEP review, we will continue to have conversations with the Greater Sydney Commission in relation to that. The collaboration area has been adopted by the Greater Sydney Commission and does form a chapter in the district plan.
Thanks. Going back to Councillor Haggerty's point about this commission, sorry, I've got a mint here that's really hard in my mouth, driven by the state government, is it fair to say that council officers are on the in the meetings, in the briefings, in everything that actually drove it to becoming that type of precinct, or was it just done by the Greater Sydney Commission? How much staff input was involved?
Through the CEO, staff had a lot of input. I mean, I think you could say, and just to add to what the CEO said a moment ago, that we were one of, I think, 25, sometimes 30. You know, the group swelled and contracted on as needs, but we were one of the lead partners in that because we were talking about Liverpool.
So it's fair to say then that it was driven by staff, not just the Commission. Is that a fair call?
We had important input into the process, yes.
Thank you. Now,
can I just stop the
Mayor.
proceedings for a moment, just for clarity? Given the previous motions that council had moved, were the staff aware of the sentiments, and were conscious in all their... That's what I wanted to make sure, because I was just a bit concerned where we were going with this. So thank you. Keep going.
No, Mayor, and I wasn't having a crack. I'm just...
making sure people are aware that the sentiments were pursued by the
I
staff.
was just responding really in relation to Councillor Haggerty's comments, who said it's not in Council's hands, got nothing to do...
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, that's not the point. That's not what I said. I was making the point that this was not driven by council. Council was one of 30 to 25, depending on what day of the week it was, parties in this. There was, I guess, suggestions made by...
Withdraw it, Mayor. I'm fine.
Councillor
Thank
Rhodes
you.
that, you know, this has all been driven by council, which quite clearly hasn't.
Councillor
Thank you.
Haggerty. Thank you.
In
Madam
relation,
Speaker.
to time frame, when will we see a draft LEP with the sentiments of council of that meeting back in 17 be presented to council to go out for consultation? When are we seeing that? And I know you've provided a time frame, but we do have some people in the audience.
Mr. Moore,
When
can
will we
you
see a
remember?
draft?
I believe it's around August, September. Councillors will be considering the local strategic planning statement next week. In fact, you may already have a copy of the meeting. Yep, and then that will very rapidly go on public exhibition. That helps inform the LEP. We're obviously doing the two pieces of work simultaneously, but the LSPS will go on public exhibition first, with the LEP to follow a couple of months after that.
So it's fair to say in August, September, everyone sitting here will see some maps with some colours, and then they're able to say, yes, council, you've done what the sentiments were, or no, you've done the complete opposite.
Well, there'll be community consultation leading up to that point as well. So,
Perfect.
Yep.
So August, September, hopefully everyone is clear.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yes,
I was
Councillor
cut off as well.
Yep.
My question is, in consideration about the city deal or the Sydney Commission, if they overrule what councillors have said that the constituents want, is there any redress on that at all?
Two points there. Firstly, the city deal is irrelevant to this particular conversation. The Greater Sydney Commission have no statutory authority to overrule or underrule. It's the Department of Planning, Planning, Industry and Environment as it now is, and the Minister for Planning who has the power to gazette an LEP. Council can, I believe, I'm looking at Mr Knight, my General Counsel, take it to the Land and Environment Court if Council are unsatisfied with the Minister's determination, but it is the Minister who does that, not the Greater Sydney Commission.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, you have an amended motion as put by Councillor Layard, but I'd like to draw your attention to point 5 after the explanation given by the CEO, and I'll ask her to give the explanation once again, because I think while I understand the sentiments, I think point 5 would be not able to be done and would not be seen as, I suppose, lawful, inverted commas. I'm not saying it's illegal, but it's not lawful because it can't be done. So would the CEO just like to add to that?
Yeah, there's just two matters with that. Firstly, the capital program for 1920 is basically set, so you would need to determine where you wish to revise the capital program. Secondly, the conversations we've had with the RMS, we are waiting on their traffic study before we will be able to go go ahead and confirm whether that bypass road is going to be broadly supported. So I'm just concerned about the timing.
Okay.
I'm more than happy to go back to RMS and to consider that, but we also haven't scoped the project to. It's just a bit too open-ended at this point in time. We're happy to provide a review and further briefing.
So,
I think there's an issue with point 7.2, councillors, that it might be a bit premature to have quite a bit of information available for the June meeting. Maybe it'd be wise to make it to the August meeting.
Can you make it to August?
August?
She's saying next month.
Through the CEO, councillors be familiar with the process that we now follow, which is to just provide information to the local planning panel on any rezoning. We had actually scheduled that to happen for the meeting that just happened this week, but at the request of the applicant, they wanted a bit more time, so we withdrew that. And they've actually asked us for another couple of months, I think it is. I'm not exactly sure of the circumstances for that, but no, we won't be able to bring that to you. We would have had we stuck with the course we were on, but we won't be able to at the request of the proponent.
So you're in reference to number 7, correct? Okay, so when would be a suitable time, do you think?
Through the CEO, my preference would be is if you could just leave that open-ended and say something like, as quickly as possible, because we're working with, there are some things out of our control in relation to that.
Well, maybe if the wording was bring any outstanding proposals as soon as practicable.
And I believe, Mr Moore, that's the only planning proposal we have in the Warwick Farm area at this point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
We'll hold that thought. We have a second. Do we need a seconder for Councillor Ayard's motion? Thank you, Councillor Hajidi. Councillor Ayard, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Madam Mayor, on that note, just before we continue, in regard to the comment you made about point 5, can I just have a minute just to reword that? Please, Madam Mayor, thank you.
So in order to get the words right for that, the money is still sitting in the budget for that, but we got the RMS waiting before we can actually build it.
We've got the money sitting in the budget for the land acquisition.
Yep.
We don't have the capital allocation at this point in time for the build. That's not impossible, of course. That's just for council to determine when they want to do that and where they want to get the money from. But we do have the land acquisition budget. The issue being that we don't have the full RMS road study at the moment, which would be required to make sure that we were doing the right thing in the delivery of that piece of infrastructure, and that it would be supported, more importantly in this case, supported by the RMS.
So has council followed up to see where this road study is?
Yes, we have, and I have a meeting coming up quite soon with RMS, and that's on the agenda. That's one of the things on the agenda for that meeting.
All right, so you're then better off noting that the funds are still there, and then let's say, what are we in, May?
Note the land acquisition funds are available.
Are in the budget, and
Yeah.
what are we in? We're in May, so you let us know in June, July, how your meeting went?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I think they'll commit to a meeting fairly quickly.
All right, so can you then, let's just work on number one, that one first, that we change that, the funds are there. We note that we're waiting on the RMS report, and the CEO will report back to us in June as to the progress of that. That fixes number 5. In relation to 7, obviously as soon as possible is good, but is the hold-up currently the applicant? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so then you can't put a date on it if it's the applicant because...
Okay, well, in saying that, can we be updated in June when we're going to receive the information about the... Please. Okay, so, an update on how that's actually going in the report, please.
Yep.
Sorry, and I just want to ask, given that council staff are working towards a mixed use in the plan they're going to present us, obviously then the Section 11 plans, Section 94 plans will change for that area. Does that mean we'll also be presented with a Section 94 plans for a new road network, which will include the bypass roads and more funding for that road?
we need to review the contribution scheme overall, and particularly if there's any change to zoning and land use in any area. But the contributions plan will form part of the LEP review.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Haggerty, I don't want the full motion, but what's the notion of your motion?
What's the gist of my motion?
Yes.
Basically, it's the same as the one we've got here, except there's no... Scroll down, please. No, copy the other one. Yep, that one. 6 can go. It's redundant. It's already a motion at council. And I want to add an additional point, which is somewhere here, that council convene a community forum or meeting with residents, landowners and other stakeholders as soon as is practical on the future of the Warwick Farm Equine Precinct.
Councillor Haggerty, I'm happy to include that.
Okay.
And then maybe, sorry, if I may, Councillor, maybe in June, or is that a bit premature to have that done, to be brought back in June? It's because we're going to have an update in June.
I would suggest that you add the point that there be a consultation process with the residents of Warwick Farm. It's already in the works anyway, and I wouldn't put a date on it, but that the results of that be reported back to council, to the councillors.
Okay, Madam Mayor, my only concern with that is what if it takes months on end, because the bypass was approved in 2014 and nothing happened.
Well, the problem is, councillors, you've heard this evening, it can't go ahead because the RMS have not approved it. So we aren't the RMS, unfortunately. We have been in negotiations and ongoing dialogue with them since it's been raised, or we wouldn't have put money aside for the land acquisition and also to look at doing it. So yes, it's not nothing's been done. It's the fact is, unfortunately, we, like everybody else, are stuck in a process. So we are now in that process still with the RMS to ensure that we actually can build the road. And even if we got up tomorrow morning and decided we had the best plan totally out there, it would still have to be approved by the RMS. So we can't just go and build a road wherever we want. That's the problem we have. So I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because that's the difficulty we're in. But it doesn't mean it's not happening. It just means, unfortunately, there's a lot of stakeholders involved. Now,
just in relation to the mover, and I'm not sure how it's going to go down with residents, but I think it could be the best approach. Instead of having now, council has endorsed we want to see a mixed-use precinct. We know that in about August we're going to see some maps with colours, with zonings, with heights, and something very similar close September. Sorry, I must be hearing wrong.
Through the CEO, you will see the first drafts of the LEP in September, but all of those details won't be resolved at that point because of the point I made earlier tonight. There's a lot of studies that go into this. So, yes, you'll see the first drafts, but they won't have the detail that you were just describing.
And just so that we're all clear and aware, the time frame we've been working on is a new LEP is in place before the end of council term. So we've got now 15 months to go, and if we're not going to see, just a map with some colours on it without anything in September, well then that time frame is not going to happen because there's still a long process. And my understanding was, before the end of this council term, we'd have a new LEP in place.
Councillor, can I just clarify there? We need to submit your approved LEP to the Minister for Planning by June 30, 2019, so before the end of the council term. I can't guarantee that the LEP...
That's next month.
2020, sorry. I can't guarantee that the LEP will be approved by the Minister by that time. I just want to clarify that because I don't want to set up expectations that we can't deliver on.
So instead of now having a meeting with residents of Warwick Farm next month or the month after before we actually see maps with colours, can I suggest that we actually show them maps with colours, so we probably hold off on that meeting till August instead of really, probably going to say this the wrong way again, having a talk fest where we actually got something to present to them. This is the way we're going. Now give us your input. Let's finalise this thing so we can get it out of here.
There's two matters we need to consult on. So we do need to consult with the community on the LSPS, and we do need to do that sooner rather than later. So once councillors have endorsed it, so we will need to go to the community at least twice, and the plan is to go more often. So for the benefit of the community members, the local strategic planning statement sets the broad vision. We need to go out to you to make sure you're satisfied with the broad vision. So that will be the first point of consultation. However, you're not limited in what you tell council during that consultation. If you want to sit down with the planners at that point in time and get the coloured pencils out, you're more than welcome to do so. So you get a number of bites of the cherry to inform council about what you want. And councillors are of course invited to come to those planning sessions, so you'll be able to, you know, if they're willing to hear you, speak to your elected officials about what you're wanting at that point in time too. But the first consultation is the local strategic planning statement, which is basically a very broad vision. It's not the detailed design on the paper. We'll come back to you a second and probably third time with that as well.
Okay, Councillor Haggerty, are you happy to have your motion taken up by Councillor Yates' motion?
So I'm happy for my point to go in there.
Yep.
But my other bit was that we take out 6 because it's redundant.
Oh, okay. All right.
So she's happy to do that. Yep.
All right. Okay. All right. So
with the number 7 then and the meeting date, we endorse the lease, that first thing that you were talking about, next council meeting, is it?
The LSPS in the June council meeting or July? We'll need to, yes, June, because you need to endorse it to go on public exhibition before we're able to really go out and do detailed consultation.
So you're not, it's yours. So can we then have that specified in the motion that any time in the first 2 weeks of July, we have consulted with the Warwick Farm residents. So you've got the time frame now. We're endorsing it in June. 14 days to set up a meeting, let the residents know. Most of them now know if it goes through now. In the first 2 weeks of July, you'll be receiving a letter saying your meeting is on this date. So they've been given really 2 months' notice that it is coming.
Yeah.
Happy to commit to that. Yep.
councillors,
Also,
staff are happy with that?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just with number 5, I just want some clarity on the wording. Should we stick with general reserves and capital program, or which is it in? Because my understanding it was in the general reserves, but then I read something about the capital program.
No,
it's not in the capital program. It's sitting in reserves. I understand.
I think
Mr.
take
Nugget.
out.
Yeah.
I think take out capital program.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Just general reserves is
just
fine.
put general.
You know, we always move it
general
around.
Reserves. Just take out capital program 209, whatever it is.
Just in relation to point 6, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
where we've got bringing outstanding proposals to council, that's still subject to rezoning proposals going to the local planning panel first.
That's correct. They go to the local planning panel not for their approval. That's still council's role, but for their consideration. And then council officers submit the comments of the local planning panel to councillors when they decide to make a decision on the planning proposal.
And just remind me, what was the composition of the planning panel?
Mr. Moore?
Well, the 2 councillors are unable to participate because they have a conflict of interest, and the state reps are on the committee.
So through the CEO, this is the local planning panel, which comprises 5 independent experts, which council selected.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, councillor.
Just a couple of points of view. On item 5, currently we do have money in reserves. I believe it's about $1.5 million.
Yeah, that's roughly right.
We spoke about it before, and I suggest that we make sure we keep that. At a briefing session we've had recently, we were talking about Section 711 being able to borrow against that. So when this comes up again, that may have been finalised. I understand this is coming to council at the next council meeting, thereabouts. And if we're looking at it, it's obviously we're looking at somewhere between 6 million and possibly more, because 2014 is when we looked at this last. So but the point is, we may, as a matter of fact, have funding, a means of funding available at the time that this comes up again, providing council can get through that borrowing against 711. Is that correct?
Yes, councillor, you are completely accurate. If council chooses to adopt the proposal to act essentially as a bank to ourselves through our 7-Elevens, the proposal is entirely to fund pieces of infrastructure like this that don't have a clear funding pathway at this point in time. And again, it would have to come to council, and council would need to consider that as the borrowing mechanism. But this type of project could be funded directly through that type of mechanism. Numbers of steps, though, obviously, as you understand, councillor, need to get detailed design and costings, RMS concordance, and of course you need to agree to borrow out of your own 7-Elevens.
What I was getting at is here is a possibility where people in the past have thought, no, this will never happen. This could in fact happen. We now have a means of funding this, and it's on the cards that this may happen before I retire.
I can't answer that, councillor.
Madam Mayor?
Councillor Carl, be careful what you wish for. Wait a minute. Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just on number 3, investigate ways to replant the large trees, should we put in a funding source for that? I mean, where do funds for large trees come from?
I'll ask the CEO.
We do have a budget allocation towards street tree planting, including street tree planting in the city centre area, which this could potentially bleed into. I'm looking towards Mr. Peach as to whether GMD has been considered in the allocation of the street tree funding that we recently received. Oh, all right, Mr. Moore will take that for you.
If that's okay with you.
Mr. Moore's going to take
It
the floor.
does. The funding, the grant funding we've received is specific to certain streets in the CBD core, and the Section 94 funds that we collect, however, is related to streets around the city centre core. So I think between those two things, we do have money for trees.
Okay.
Can I just ask, in summary, because this has been talked about a lot and I think there's a lot of things happening, Council has endorsed mixed use, which staff are working towards to present. LSP will be in June, meeting in July with the residents of Warwick Farm. We'll have some colours on some maps in September, September, followed by a meeting with Warwick Farm residents in relation to the colours, and wrap it all up together, and no later than June 2020, it's on the Minister's desk. What's not right with that time frame?
The only part to that time frame that may be a challenge for us is the point I made just a moment ago. The colours on the maps will require some studies that are underway now, and could push that program out. But we'll endeavour to do that if we can. I don't think I'm just not certain we can refine it down to colours on maps, heights on maps, because that's a level of detail that we weren't necessarily contemplating for this precinct in this LEP review.
All right, so can we then just, and it won't be in writing, call it October, November for the community consultation with some colours. If that changes, we just keep getting updated, which, we can do that. But at the end of the day, by June 2020, this thing will be in Macquarie Street.
Well, either that or I'm paying back $2.5 million to the state government, councillor, so I suspect you want to stay on my back on that one.
Okay, thank you.
But just to clarify, when it does go to the minister's desk, it will include the Warwick Farm precinct with colours.
Well, that's for you to determine, councillors. I can't answer that question. That's for council to determine.
Yes, councillor.
Yes, you will have detail about that.
Yes, councillor Haggerty.
I just want to make one point. We've given rough timeframes around when we meet with the community. I've heard some comments tonight that leads me to, and we've received a bunch of emails and letters, and I know letters have gone out. I'm concerned about misinformation spreading around the Warwick Farm community, and I think we need to have a meeting sooner rather than later to, I guess, establish some key facts around who makes these decisions, what the process is, what has been done, what hasn't been done. And I don't know if waiting till July is... Like, I've gotten 6, 7, 10 emails in the last week or two.
Well, the staff are saying they believe July.
I'm hoping through the CEO, I'm hoping
Excuse me,
that...
Mr Moore.
Sorry.
I think that the July date will be a good start to the process because it won't be the last meeting. So it will give people an opportunity. Maybe this is step 1 in July and step 2 will be basically more detailed and step 3 more detailed again. So I think we'll have a progression of meetings that will have different bits of information, and I think that's probably the best way to progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are you still pushing a foreshadowed motion, Councillor Haneke?
I will withdraw that because we've all,
Thank you.
we've come to happy agreement by the looks of it.
Does anybody want any more discussion on this matter? Councillor Ayard, do you want your right of reply?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. So, councillors, thank you for a very robust discussion, and thank you to the staff for answering all our questions and clarifying many things. Basically, look, I call on all fellow councillors to listen to the residents. Let's make Warwick Farm beautiful. It is a beautiful place. I used to live in Chipping Norton, not far from there. I used to drive down Governor Macquarie Drive quite often. I was quite sad when the trees came down. Very happy when Inglis went up. It looks amazing. It is really a state-of-the-art establishment. Let's continue that throughout. Let's give the people of Warwick Farm shopping, good retail, housing, and let's stay away from advanced manufacturing. It has its place behind the hospital. It's already there. It's not going anywhere. Also, advanced manufacturing has a place at Badgerys Creek. I think that's where it should go. It shouldn't go among houses and make people's house prices drop. People have worked their whole lives to own a house, and enjoy their retirement there. It is a beautiful area. Let's support the residents and all the constituents and make Liverpool a beautiful place.
Thank you. The debate is closed. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried unanimously. Thank you for not clapping. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Page 42.
Can I ask a question, Mayor, please?
Always.
Thank you. Thank you to, first thanks to the officers for bringing this back, and obviously there's some more work to be done in relation to this. And I'm not sure how to, I know I throw out some cheap sometimes remarks in relation to heritage and whatnot, but I am sincere about most times in relation to heritage. Has council ever considered, or is there some words that you'd like where the heritage, and I'm going to use Collingwood just as an example, which is a very important piece of history and needs to be preserved, but is there something that we can do to maybe pass it on to someone? Can we get expressions of interest where somebody actually does something with it, similar to what the homestead was, instead of council just not being able to maintain this facility?
So two answers there. The firstly is in terms of handing it on to another public authority. I have made numerous attempts unsuccessfully to get that to occur. In terms of handing it into, say, a private leasehold, yes, like all of our properties, councillor, if council wished to resolve that we put out an expression of interest into the market, we could certainly do that. It's something that Mr Morgan and I have discussed in the past. Our feeling is that potentially the condition of the facility at the moment may make it unlikely, but I'm more than happy to test the market if council wishes to do so.
Is council, for example, with Collingwood that needs a lot of repair and a lot of work, if it was to go out to expressions of interest and say somebody, this is all the work that it needs, we're happy to give you, are we able to say, for example, give them a 50-year lease, for example, so that they make the investment and convert it into something?
I just need to take legal advice on whether we could give a 50-year lease, but certainly we could give a long leasehold, and again that would be for council to do. Sorry, Mr Morgan, you can put your mic on and answer. Yep.
Through the CEO, the situation we're currently doing with the courthouse, with the University of Wollongong, a similar situation, a lot of close to 800,000 thereabouts upgrade required for that, which will be the strategies that we'll sign a lease with the university that'll involve repaying that amount of money via yearly rent, with the view then that we'll renegotiate post that. So yes, it is something we are considering.
So can I get some words then in relation to going out to an EOI? Obviously, I don't know the parameters because you'd have to work out, but something in relation to that to allow you to...
Absolutely. I just need to seek some advice on how long a leasehold I could offer there. Depending on the type of land, it's a different number of years.
Yeah, forget about all that, but just initially in principle that we would support an expression of interest to see what we come back with, and then we can then consider.
Yep, there's absolutely nothing legally to prevent us doing that.
So what would you like to see?
You could say that council undertakes an expression of interest process to determine market interest in operating Collingwood House. Mr Morgan, would that do it?
Can we not specify, can we just leave it open, not specify Collingwood House? You might find something else that might be, and I'd just rather not name Collingwood, just to test the market, and then you choose what you want to choose.
Through
For example, Collingwood House.
the homestead. There's a lot of our heritage buildings that could be viewed in exactly the same way.
The homestead currently has a tenant in it. Rosebank have community-based tenants in it. The courthouse, as Mr Morgan detailed, we've entered into this relationship with University of Wollongong, which is a great outcome. It's exactly the type of thing that Councillor Hachidi is proposing. So I do believe then the only heritage item that, other than Kashula Powerhouse, which we use for our own purposes, is Collingwood. Is that correct, that Mr Morgan, that doesn't currently have a tenant or operation in it?
Through the Mayor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to leave those other places tenanted, and they should be put out in the same expression of interest.
If council wishes to do that, more than happy to go down that path.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Agnew, what is your point of order?
Haven't we endorsed a policy in regards to this, and therefore aren't we sort of,
undoing it?
Undoing something that's already been endorsed by, we've endorsed a policy.
Wait a minute, Councillor.
Heritage something or other.
Strategy.
I'll just ask for clarification before I rule on your point of order.
It's the heritage building strategy. You're correct, councillor. I don't actually think a market use is inconsistent with the heritage strategy. strategy for Collingwood House, if that's correct, Mr Morgan. It was always the intention of council to slowly redevelop that and then to look at future purposes for it rather than to just leave it as an item. That could be everything from a living museum, which it de facto serves as at the moment, to we were always intending to look at the potential for it as a venue or a site, and I don't think we'd operate those ourselves. I'm just looking at the staff for clarification, but I believe the strategy does speak to repurposing of the building as well over time. What it does do is not give it a prescriptive point in time, unlike the courthouse where we're actively working on at the moment.
Through the Mayor, I do remember a committee meeting where it was passed that we do look at these buildings and express interest in other people coming in to operate from them. I know that it was I'm not too sure if it did include Collingwood House, but I do believe Homestead. It was the majority of our heritage buildings, looking at it from a perspective that we could engage with private business operators to operate those business. Now, that was a motion which was passed through the Heritage Committee meeting.
Council, in fact, it's adopted in the heritage building strategy by council, and it's exactly as you're saying, and exactly as Councillor Haggerty alludes to. There were a number of actions in that short, medium, and long term. Collingwood House would, to be frank, fall into the longer term due to the requirement to undertake work. The homestead, which you refer to, really looked at the medium term about potentially repurposing that for purposes, potentially a function centre, not to be prescriptive about it. The courthouse was the immediate action, which was to look at partnering with University of Wollongong to preserve it essentially as a courthouse, because it would be used by the university to undertake their legal training and their mock trials. So there were a range of actions in that. Heritage buildings are complex beasts, as you're aware, and council doesn't have a finite pool of funds, so there has been some time frames set around what was going to be delivered for each of those buildings. So nothing any of you are proposing is inconsistent with that strategy, to my knowledge, and I'm looking around at people nodding at me. However, it was not the intention to take action, particularly on Collingwood, other than preservation and the continuing relationship that goes on with our friends of Collingwood House, at least for the immediate future. Doesn't prohibit council from choosing to do that, though.
Thank you, CEO. So I will rule that the point of order is not upheld. Councillor Hachidi, can I suggest that, given the enthusiasm to see Collingwood move forward, that you do, and the others are tenanted at this point, that your idea of looking at some way of getting it taken up by some sort of group in the market, maybe we do need to focus on Collingwood, because it is the only one that is actually left out, so to speak, at this point in time. And then it gives, I think, some scope for councillors, each of them may be rolled over in their tenancy, to look at maybe different ways to manage them. But I would think that it might be best to name it and move forward.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll just then include that as part of the council officer recommendation. Yep. So 1 as the book, 2 becomes that, and then if I get a seconder, I'll speak to...
Happy to second.
Okay, seconded everywhere. Okay, Councillor Kellyanne seconding.
Kellyanne. Oh, wow. Thanks.
Yes, it never happens.
In relation to
two girls sitting together. Sorry, go on.
It's not about... At the end of the day, we've been talking about Collingwood House for a very long time. It's an important piece of history in Liverpool, and it needs to be preserved. Unfortunately, it does take a lot of money. Unfortunately, the funds haven't been there, and I think if we just keep doing what we're doing now, although there was studies and everything else in place and policies and whatnot, it won't be long before Collingwood House probably sinks into the ground. This gives probably then council an opportunity, if we do get an interested party, to say this is what we can do from there. We can then properly invest into reconfiguring it and getting it up to scratch. Somebody is in there and it's being used. I remember as a kid over at Chipping Norton for the homestead, which is now leased to private tenants, we used to go there and have dinner for Kay's Kitchen, I think it was. The best cooked meals, ribs, steaks, potatoes, too young, Councillor Haggerty, for back then. But it was put to good use and it attracted a lot of people. I'd like to see Collingwood open, but in order to get it open, we need some interest there. Let's test the market. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, then we need to find some funding to restore it.
Fine. Is there any opposition?
I'd just like to make the point that we were too poor growing up to eat out.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing. Okay, any opposition?
Mayor, can we move that we buy a violin for Councillor Haggerty.
We'd have to nominate
Second it.
part of the budget it came out at and have to be urgent. Okay, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried unanimously. Next.
No, that was not unanimous.
You didn't put your hand up, Councillor
I
Shelton?
did.
Yes, I thought you did. Oh, you're against. Well, you were pretty slow because the hands that supported it were still up. Okay, with one exception, everybody supported it. Next item's on page 48.
Seconded it.
Thank you. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried unanimously. Page 54.
I move that way, Madam
Seconded,
Mayor.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just
Councillor Caliander, seconded. Councillor Shelton? Yes. Councillor.
E-growth 3. Yep.
Yep.
Happy with everything. Can we just put a time frame around point 2? So every 6 months, every 12 months. Yeah.
Whatever council.
Every
wishes to
12
determine.
months.
12 months?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. All right. With that amendment, are you happy with that, mover and seconder?
Happy with the amendment. I'd also like to congratulate and acknowledge the work of the staff in preparing the strategy.
Well, I'll put that in as a point, so it's on record. So the staff be congratulated for their efforts in this report. There's a point 3. The seconder happy with that?
Yeah, happy with both
Okay.
amendments, thanks.
No opposition, I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 58. Thank you.
Seconded.
Thank you, councillor.
Just on this one, don't we have to make a suggestion? Or did I read it wrong?
This is part B. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Rhodes. Any opposition to this? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 62.
Happy to move that way.
Seconded, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rhodes, Councillor Shaw.
Mayor, before we do it, how many voting delegates, sorry, is it everybody? 10 vote against plus an additional. Can we just nominate everyone as a voting delegate?
Yeah, I think
Absolutely.
that's the fair way to go, Councillor.
So we nominate everyone as a voting delegate, but if you're not going, we still let George know that so we're not paying the registration fee.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
people have to let the staff know if they're not going.
Yep.
Yep. So if you don't hear...
You get a vote too, councillor. So we actually could have all. Yeah.
Yeah. He's very lucky. He's like a chair.
All right, so then can I move that everyone except Councillor Hadid initially is a voting delegate? Should a councillor not attend, then Councillor Hadid becomes the 10th voting delegate.
With 2 votes. Yep, that's fair. Okay, so we clear on the recommendation, councillors. We've got a mover and a seconder. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 64.
Mayor, I've got a motion, please, which I think is going to get nowhere given who's in the chamber. Before I make the motion, can you get rid of that for a second, please? Can I just ask some questions? This is the
Certainly.
budget. In relation to rates in the budget committee, it was only not long ago, but again, and it was raised by Councillor Shelton. The ex gratia payments from the intermodal company, how are they looking?
Councillor, to reiterate what I believe Mr White and then myself discussed in the Budget Review Committee, Council put a proposal to the Moorebank Intermodal Company to basically capture the equivalent of rates. Remember, this is rateable equivalent income, not rates, to the Moorebank Intermodal Company. The Moorebank Intermodal Company has endorsed that to go to their stakeholders. The stakeholders for the Moorebank Intermodal Company are the Department of Industry and Regional Development, or whatever it currently is called, and the Treasury. At this point in time, I'm unsure what the status of that is. However, I have a meeting with the Moorebank Intermodal Company next week. So in terms of the major step, which is to get endorsement by the Moorebank Intermodal Company, that has been achieved. I will also follow up with the Secretary of DIRD after my meeting with Mick.
Sorry, so at the Budget Committee meeting, and I think that's okay to discuss most things that happen in there.
Certainly none of this that you're discussing now is confidential.
we were told that it needed endorsement by the stakeholders, which we hadn't received yet. Has that now been received?
As of today, no, it has not yet. So as I detailed, the stakeholders are Treasury and DIRD. To my understanding, it has not been received yet. However, I will be following up prior to the meeting that I have with the Moorebank Intermodal Company, which I believe is set for the first week of June.
Sorry, and I did have the figure here, but that figure in next year's budget is how much? Do you know?
It's around 3.2 million. The rateable income is approximately 2.2 million per annum, noting that that's indexed. However, there is money not just from this financial year, but some from the financial year 17-18 as well that would be included in that payment should it be endorsed.
But the 17, sorry, just on that point, the 17-18 budget, for example, when, 18-19, when we go to the, a report a few reports down, says, please identify these things and put them here in their budget review, we've already got that built into that report, haven't we? So what we're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've got a budget that we're saying is going to deliver a 400,000 surplus currently because there's that levy that we need to talk about. Yet we're relying in the hope that $3.2 million comes through, which we're hoping comes through. Then there's another couple of million in the next report or a few reports down, which says we're doing okay, but we're also relying on that money that's coming through. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're just, and please not that we're presenting something that may or may not come through, which looks quite good on the surface, but may not happen.
So Councillor, two things. Firstly, yes, you're right. Every budget is your best guess as to what you think will happen. I'm fairly confident that we will receive some income from the Moorebank Intermodal Company in the equivalent of rates. If it's the exact figure that we proposed or a lesser or greater figure, I can't guarantee that. It's like any other budget income line. Pretty much the only thing that I can guarantee with a level of certainty is the staff bill, because I know how much the staff cost, and the rates income, because I know how many rateable properties we have. Everything else is Council's best guess. Councillor, I can understand your concerns, and to be frank, you know, I've dealt with the Moorebank Intermodal Company for some significant amount of time, and I won't say that they're the easiest people to work with. However, if you are concerned, it's entirely up to you to take it out of the budget. You may want to take it out of this quarterly review. If we get the money, great. We come back to you. If we don't, we'll come back to you again too. I think it's fairly reasonable to leave it in the 19-20 budget. I would be very surprised if we don't receive some income from the Moorebank Intermodal Company. And I also, if we don't receive some income, we'll be running an extremely strongly worded campaign on that particular matter. So I think we can have some level of confidence. But again, Council, it's your budget. If you choose to take it out, that's entirely for you to do.
Thank you for that. Now, in relation to a nom I'd previously put up to Council in relation to the compliance levy a few meetings ago, and that was to get rid of it altogether. My understanding of the CEO comments was that some programs would then have to close down, and we'd possibly might have to lose staff, possibly. Yet in this budget, we're forecasting 800,000 less in compliance fees. So what programs and what staff have lost because we're not budgeting for that? Because if my nom was going to cause that, yet a projected 800,000, what's that going to cause?
Your nom, Councillor, would result in a $4 million shortfall, approximately, which, to be frank, is slightly different from 800,000. So
I thank you for that.
Yep.
I know the difference between 800 and 4 million, but it's around the money, programs, everything is allocated. Now, we're projecting 800,000 less, which is a lot of money. It's a lot of ratepayers paying their rates. What programs, what staff won't be there because we're projecting $800,000 less?
In relation to the compliance levy, I understand there's at least one particular position that we're not intending to refill. Is that correct, Mr. Moore? So we're already cutting a position. That's not, of course, a whole 800,000. We've also just reallocated money across the board, as you do all the time. If it grew greater than 800,000, then yes, to be frank, I would have to look at further reduction either in staff or programs, but you can absorb an $800,000. Well, we are reducing at least one staff position already.
Can I just then express my concern that if it's put up by, I will express it, and that if it's put up by a councillor, that not the world will end, but everything changes, yet an $800,000 projection, only one staff member, we're not filling a position. It does concern me with that response that I did get, and how we can absorb it if it does, if we need to, but we've got major issues if it comes from a NOM. Can I put some questions on notice in relation to the budget? And I will read them out, but I will send you, you don't need to try to type them down. One, what was the legal budget for 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19? Two, what is the ratio of outsourced legal work against internal ratio over that period as well? How many in-house lawyers and paralegals are employed by council? And are there any consultants doing HR work? And if so, why? So I'll give you those.
I'm going to have to take all of those on notice.
Yeah, and they are on notice, and I wasn't expecting it to be typed up or anything else at this stage. Can I now move a motion, please, which is there, and one is to adopt the delivery program 1721, operational plan and budget 2019-20, and statement of revenue policy 1920 with the following amendments. Being A, no increase to any fees and charges that are specifically related to pensioners, senior citizens where possible. I'll just clarify that point in case rates and whatnot can't be played with. B, reduce any proposed fee increase above 10% to no greater than 10%. C, identify a line item that ensures council is in a position to introduce online bookings for services such as hall hire and garbage pickups. D, identify a line item that ensures that garbage collections wait time is no greater than 2 weeks. E, identify a line item for the introduction of improved technology to monitor rubbish dumping across the LGA. F, removal of the anticipated MIC ex gratia payments. Can I add a G in there, please? And I regret having to add this. G, identify a line item that replaces the trees on Terminus Street in Liverpool. And Piri, I've been told, and sorry, it's been brought up a few times, and that is not there. In relation to, before I go on, in case I need a H, are we having a zero-based budget next year? Is that the...
We reported back on, Councillor, about bringing that in a staggered process. We brought a number of different business units to zero-based budgeting this year, and we will continue that process. I anticipate over a 3-year period you'd be able to get everyone to zero-base.
All right, so 3 then, number 2 then is 3 in the book. Because 1 and 2 I've captured in 1. So 3 talks about the 5 nominated amendments to the adopted State of Revenue policy. 4 is include the nominated amendments in the Statement of Revenue policy that's in the book. So all I've done with 1 and 2, in case that's the thing, they've been put into number 1 with some changes. And then 3, so 4 in the book. So, sorry, what's in the program so I can pull it out?
What I'm saying is that you wouldn't normally have a line item for things that are quite that detailed, but what is already in the program, just scrolling down, the pensioners, senior citizens, I'd have to review, but there's very few items that specify that. Greater than 10%, there's hardly any of those. So I'm happy to leave that in, but just for your identification. We are currently out to tender for expressions of interest for bookings for hall hire, and then we're going to extend that to garbage pickups. So that's moving forward already. Garbage collections wait time, we're undertaking that as part of the 4-day week review, so that will occur, and that's intended to be complete by September. The introduction of improved technology for rubbish dumping. Peter is about to trial mobile CCTVs across the LGA. We need to trial it before we can do it. That's starting next week, sorry. sorry, Mr Patterson, next week.
Just on that point, do you know the cost of that, Mr Patterson? If you were happy with the trial?
Yeah.
Roughly?
At this stage, around 50 grand.
So, if it is good, do we need to fund it now?
No, I believe I could absorb that into operational costs, to be frank. We're also doing a business case to increase the number of illegal waste dumping officers. We believe that they'll probably pay for themselves by being able to bring increased prosecutions. The line, that's the improved rubbish dumping, the removal of the mick ex gratia we've already discussed. The line item that replaces trees on Terminus Streets and Peary Street in Liverpool, as Mr Moore discussed, we've received a street tree granting fund of $500K to undertake that. So I'm pleased to tell you, Councillor, I'm on top of the lot.
So on that then, the Terminus Street was raised about a year ago to replace those trees. I think it would have to be at least a year ago when they were removed, and it was Councillor Ayard that initially raised it and then followed up. Can I then ask why they haven't been replaced if we're on top of that? No, hold on. I'm not asking, sorry, with all respect, Councillor. Because we're on top of it.
Yeah. We've been undertaking detailed design work in the CBD, including ensuring that street tree planning can occur in a way that is consistent with the existing development. As you will be aware, I believe, councillors, a number of trees have had to be removed in the past because their tree roots have got into drains and disrupted pavement. We have been looking at methods and technologies to ensure that doesn't occur. That basically involves creating, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Moore, the way you described it was giant planter boxes that are underground. That's quite a complex piece of engineering work to do that, and you don't want to do it just in isolation. So we will be bringing back the whole city centre master domain plan to council. We received the street tree funding grant allocation of which is a dollar for dollar allocation, I might add. Approximately 3 or so months ago, we received notification, 2 months ago. So I understand your frustration in that, but doing things simply in isolation without a bigger plan is not the best way to plan a city.
Sorry, and you're passionate on it, and so am I. I don't accept, with all respect, any of that, because on a number of occasions we were told we're getting onto it, and now all of a sudden it's because of grants. We collected where we said to we collected 100,000 from Orange Grove just for trees. So the issue of funding was never an issue. The issue of building these things was never an issue. And given that it doesn't cause you problems, that's great that they're in there. At least now they know that they will be done by 2020 if all goes well. No, it's a statement.
No, I think it's a debate.
Number 4 then becomes provide a revised bottom line report at the next council meeting in order to ensure, so we know the real position. And it's great if any more money comes through. We know that we're then in surplus, which is wonderful. Number 5 is, I'll add a number 5, given that it may or may not happen.
They've got all of those. It's 11 nominated amendments.
Yeah, they're the ones in the books. Yeah, sorry. Direct the CEO to start planning for a zero-based budget across all areas of council for the 2021 budget.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
Haven't we been over this before? Isn't there a standing resolution to council?
There is a standing resolution about that, and the response back to council is that we would undertake it business area by business area, depending on the complexity. I just don't have the detail in front of me. A number of them are already zero-based budgeting.
Excellent. So, Mayor, through you...
Maybe, Councillor, just to stop you a moment, the question to ask is, would it be probable that all the departments will be doing that by that time frame?
I'm going to look at Mr Nardine. No, we believed it would take 3 years to get to that point. Realistically, yeah, we want to make sure that we do it properly rather than in a rush fashion.
Just in relation, and it was never ruled on, the point of order by Councillor Haggerty. I understand there is a motion, but another motion then overrules the previous motion. So, Councillor and the Mayor, you're happy for you to rule on his order first. But in relation to taking 3 years for a zero-based budget. My understanding, I think in 2010, within, I think, 2010, 2011, or in the first term of council, we managed to get one done, and I don't think it's given, and I think last time the issue was...
Councillor, I think doing a history lesson right now might not be
All right,
pertinent.
Mayor, well, I'll just move a motion that we do have a zero-based budget for next year. Last time I put this up, it was a short time frame, which I took on board, and I thank you. We are now in May of 2000. I'm still in the current one. You got there's 14 odd months to be able to do that, so I'll leave that in there.
Just for the sake of information, how long would it take for this to be implemented across the organisation, doing what you're doing now?
Our anticipation was that you would roll it out probably over 3 years, looking at different business areas and making sure that we'd done proper service level reviews for each of those businesses.
So time would be when?
Well, we did a number of business units already this financial year.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do more the financial year after and then finalise it in 21-22.
Okay, so it's a year out from what Councillor Chitty's wanting. Thank you.
That's what we're anticipating.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Did. Councillor Did seconding the motion.
Madam Mayor?
Hold on, Councillor Chitty. Councillor Haggerty had his finger to the butter first and he took it off with frustration.
Yes, that was in frustration. I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
What I don't want to know the total, but just the notion of the
same
motion.
as that one, without one F and without 5.
Okay, thank you. Just hold that thought. Councillor Hull, you had your motion, your button on?
Yes, just a question to the director who's acting for finance. On the budget in general, our fees and charges, when we look at that, and as Councillor Chitty pointed out, anything above 10%, we're going to try and limit to 10%. Now, from my recollection of the budget, we have, over the years, always had the fees and charges far more than the CPI. Right? Is that true, or do you have an average of what the fees and charges are over this budget compared to the last budget?
Through the CEO, on average, we kind of align the increases with the CPI. And I think last year or year before, from memory, the only thing that was increased significantly was the domestic waste. And that was based on activity costing that we did, a fully loaded cost recovery basis. And actually that is helping us now, given that we have a significant increase. This year we are not increasing to that level, but we are kind of aligning it back to the CPI.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. I thought if we're looking at, the 10% that our budget has increased above the CPI.
No, there's very few that are put up above the CPI, and often when you see it, it's because it's a very small fee anyway, and so to round it up to the nearest 50 cent or something throws it into like a 9% variation. Yep. But I mean, we can certainly review. I can't think off the top of my head of anywhere above 10%. So yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. You had a question.
Yeah, no, just a request really that, look, I appreciate all the hard work that goes into presenting the budget and the operation plan. What I feel is that we're not being given enough time for councillors to digest all this information and report back to council, where we would be able to go through all of these things and have a fair idea that we're all okay on it by the time that it comes to council. 2 hours isn't enough time. I mean, I unfortunately didn't make the briefing meeting because of another council obligation, but I went through it in detail and I had so many questions that I would like to have been able to just simply ask. I'm not going to take council's time in doing that at this meeting, but I have brought it up before. I do think that we do need more time, substantially more time, to be able to digest everything in the budget and the operation plan. So I would like council to be able to provide us that time.
Councillor, councillors can request further briefings anytime they want. I do want to state, and I hope you appreciate this, and I hope you know this, that you are welcome to contact any senior staff at any time to discuss any of your concerns. Mr Nardin will be more than happy to answer your questions. It has been on public exhibition for 5 weeks. I'm more than happy to build in more briefings into the budget process for the next financial year if that would assist council in their deliberations.
I would appreciate that if it's okay with other councillors.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Haggerty, you have a question.
So we have quarterly budget updates, and in the past, Raj and Vishwa know this, I sometimes send a very detailed list of questions between the briefings. And then you come back in prompt time, thank you, with good answers. That's still the case? You can go through it in your
Absolutely.
own time?
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Hachiti, did you want to speak to your motion?
I will briefly, and actually it's quite upsetting that Councillor Haggerty would pull out those two items, but I thank him for supporting everything else. Two main items. One is we don't have the funds. You've been in the budget committee meetings where they have been coming. We've got another report that says that. We have our quarterly reviews. If it does come through, that's great. We then have a quarterly review that says, we got this, and we make the adjustments. When you go through the budget, and we see it all the time, and I totally understand that you can't exactly say what money we're getting in, but as you see with grants, for example, we always budget for this much, and we end up with that. Sometimes maybe we over budget. Another example is we budgeted for this much in parking fees, but we collected an extra $350,000, which then is a bonus. Yeah, so it's a budget. But if the money isn't in the bank, if it's not in the books, it's still got a process. And sorry, and I know officers have been working, yourself and Chris have been working towards it and having the meetings. But for a lot of budget meetings, we've been saying it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. If we thought Amendment 52 was imminent, you could say the same with this. Hopefully, we end up with the same result and we actually get the money, like that thing went through. But if it's not in there, why present a budget which is not based on what we know is certain? And those payments, unfortunately, aren't certain until they're in the bank account. Everybody knows that. In relation to zero-based budgeting, for the life of me, I have no idea why you would not get every department to review their costs, and I understand you are through service delivery and everything else, but 13-month notice is a lot better than the 3 months I tried to give you last time, so I acknowledge that. But it's important, this is ratepayer money. If a ratepayer is paying $1,200 a year or a quarter or whatnot, and there's another $50,000 there, that's 50 people that get up and go to work every day, and they're paying just rates. If we can save that, how wonderful would that be? And when you do the zero-based budgeting, like any organisation does do, there are little things that you find. Say, do I really need to do this? Is that a service that I really need to provide? And the best way to do it is everybody, you've got zero, build it up from there. It's a process that I don't know why we are choosing, on a different time frame doing it, but I'm not sure why Councillor Haggerty is not in support of that. The others that are in there, thank you, they're already in the budget as you state. I'm glad now that they're clear. The rubbish dumping costs us a lot of money, and if we need to invest to save money, that is wonderful, and there are just a few other things. Councillor Haggerty, I don't know, simple request, withdraw yours, support the one motion, and let's get this budget going. And then if the money does come through from Moorebank, well then that's great. If there's another sticking point, I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. We're getting speakers against.
Madam Mayor, I wonder if we could just, before we go too much further, the point that I raised, could we have that added as a point in Councillor Hachiti's motion, that Council look at extending the period of consultation with councillors about the budget and operation. I take on board what Councillor Haggerty has said, but the question is, we as councillors don't know the questions that Councillor Haggerty sent in, and it would be very advantageous for us all to know what everybody else is questioning about the budget. So I wonder if...
Councillor, can I suggest
Happy
that
to CC you in.
Just add that there be further briefings of the budget to councillors prior to it being released for the public, and that should cover all. Can I also stress, and the CEO stressed this too, that the staff are available by phone or internet. If you have any queries, I encourage you to take up that offer.
I appreciate that very much. My point remains.
I hear you,
we do not know what other councillors are saying.
Well, may not.
It would help us.
Councillor,
I'd like to
you may
speak.
not. I'm not going to argue with you. But if Councillor Haggerty or Councillor did have a question of a staff officer, you may not know that what they've asked. They might ask for it not to be made public for various reasons. It might be a private question they have. You won't be automatically entitled to anything anybody else has asked. So I understand your need to know, but you will not probably be privy to everything. Now, Councillor Haggerty.
I would like to speak against Councillor
Yes,
Chitty's
certainly.
motion. A few points here, guys. First one, I'm happy to withdraw my motion if Councillor Chitty removes 1F and 5 from his.
That's not a debate, Councillor. It's
Okay.
a question. Can you please...
Second point.
I'll negotiate on 5, not on F.
Second point, happy to seeing Councillor Rhodes when I send questions to Vishwa and Raj. So budgets are based on assumptions. You don't know the future, or I hope not. So you have to make assumptions. For instance, every year we make an assumption that the financial assistance grants will get 50% this year, 50% next year. And guess what happens every year? That's what happens. The court assumptions, and that's how you budget. And council staff have made a reasonable assumption that we will receive the money from Moorebank Intermodal. It's been passed by the board. Yeah? So
yes.
It's the board of that corporation is bound to pay that money. Therefore, the money's coming in, and I think it's reasonable to expect that money between now and June 30.
Sorry, just, I don't know.
I want to clarify that too, actually, Councillor, if that's okay. The board have endorsed putting the proposal to their stakeholders. I just want to be clear about that.
Right.
And I also want to be clear, which is why I've said if councillors wish to take it out, because I believe it's my best guess. If we don't get it this financial year, I feel fairly confident we're going to get something next financial year. But again, as you say, it's an assumption. It's an assumption like any other assumption.
Yep, and that was my next point, that if the money doesn't come this year, it comes next year. Now, a cynic might suggest, I'm not suggesting this at all, but a cynic might suggest that Councillor Chitty is trying to punch a $3 million hole in the budget. I think that's a terrible assertion to make if someone is making it.
Point of order, man.
Councillor,
I don't think I need to raise
please
the point.
contain your negativity, please.
I'll withdraw, but as I said...
When I call an point of order, yeah... Close.
Councillor, I do rule that it was unnecessary.
And I'd like an apology for that, Mayor.
I accept that that's a fair statement. Councillor, I don't think you should impinge on Councillor Chitty's reputation.
I apologise, Councillor Chitty.
Thank you. I feel better now, Councillor.
I'm so glad you do, Councillor.
Look, I'm happy. So that's my arguments around the payment. It's coming either this year or next year, but all indications are that it'll come this year. And I'm happy that the zero-based budgeting, which is a passion of Councillor Chitty's, is progressing at a reasonable rate. So that's why I've taken those two out. Happy with all the other suggestions he's made, and that's why we're going the way we're going.
Thank you. Any other speakers for the motion?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to suggest something for 1F, if
Yes.
possible, on Councillor Chitty's. If the mover and the seconder will have it. So just for, the replacement of the trees on Terminus and Peary, could they be plain trees to match the theme that's already there? So there were previously plain trees, they've been removed. The trees that remain are plain trees, so can we make sure that they're plain trees that go up there? And also mature plane trees, so we can, because the other ones are so mature, so then we can eventually have a canopy, because as those trees grow, when they're opposite each other on each side of the road, they can form a canopy, which looks very beautiful and provides a lot of shade in the hot summer weather. And then also on that point, Kurrajong Road, can we have some mature plane trees planted there also? The Kurrajong Road is very, very bland at the moment. And I think the key there is to have them mature, planted while they're mature. And also along Kurrajong Road, there's that long green fence coming towards, when you're driving up towards cow pasture. I think, is it cow pasture? It is, yeah, it's cow pasture. Yeah, it's cow pasture. Yeah. So that long green fence, if we could have something grow along there, preferably a crawler that is evergreen, something maybe with a little bit of colour, maybe a jasmine or something that flowers in some seasons. So basically, I want to beautify Currajong Road. It's already a nice wide road. If we could have it beautified with some greenery, some mature trees, and that green fence covered, because what's actually happening on that green fence is we're getting graffiti and we're getting people vandalising it. So there's actually holes and some of it is caved in some areas. So if we could just cover that with some greenery, I think that would really beautify Currajong Road.
Is the mover and seconder happy with that amendment into their motions?
I'm not sure how you're going to write all that down, but
So
if you could summarise it.
mature plane trees on Terminus Street, Peary Street and Currajong Road, and also the green fence on Currajong Road to be covered by a crawler that is evergreen and flowers in some seasons.
Absolutely no objection. Obviously, Councillor, I completely agree with you with greening. I just, the particular type of tree, I'd rather bring that to a discussion with the councillors, because we are trying to develop the whole master plan for the CBD. So more than happy if we put put greenery on those areas, but then to get David Petrie to come back and talk to you about the proposals that have come through, because he's been doing a lot of work around what trees manage the urban heat canopy and so on. Yeah. So
okay,
yep.
I'm happy with that. Can I just clarify why I suggested plane trees? We already have them in the CBD. Melbourne CBD is covered in plane trees, looks absolutely amazing, and they provide a lot of shade. And I've seen them in other areas. That's the only reason I suggested plane trees.
I don't have a problem with that, but because we're trying to be very strategic about it, I'd rather you able to make decisions looking at the broader picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is the mover and seconder happy with that being adopted in? Thank you. Any speakers for this motion? Any further speakers for this motion? Any speakers against? You have the right to reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've got a question before the right of reply, which goes to Councillor Haggerty's a cynic out there that wants to punch a hole in the budget. Can I move forward a few reports, which is the variation report, and we're talking about budgets here and reports. In that there, which is the quarterly review for March, is there ex gratia payments from MIC built into that report?
Yes, there are, Councillor. As I've said, that's so, if you choose to take that out, you choose to take that out.
Sorry, but I'm not, and I'm just getting to a point of punching holes in budgets. We're going to be asked to endorse a variation report for March, which is already passed, taking into account a payment that is not received. So when someone says punching holes, it's not punching holes, it's reality. We've still got another report coming up that says endorse a March quarterly review, for example, and this is going to the MIC payments here, endorse a March quarterly review, which means March is over, we know what the account balances are, and we've got in there a figure that we haven't received because we may receive. So I'm not sure if that's how budgets are done. My way of doing budgets is not. When you're doing a quarterly review, we're in May now, so the quarter is over, you've had 3 months, you know what went in, you know what went out, that's your actual position for that quarter. Even that report there, sorry, is boosted from my reading, and you'll jump in a sec because you've got your finger on your button and you're just about to jump in. Even the March report, for example, sorry, is not a correct real-life summary of funds. So that's one, which you'll respond to. Two, how long have these ex gratia MICs been in quarterly reviews and budgets for, if you know off the top of your head?
This is the first quarter, because it's the first time that the MIC board have endorsed our proposal.
So we didn't see it in the last investment report last month? So we've had now 2 budget panel meetings, which has been raised in the budget twice. I missed the last council meeting, so the quarterly review, sorry. Yep. You can.
Sorry.
Through the CEO, so the question about the budget review report that's coming up and its relation to the budget that we have presented. So the budget review quarter 3 basically projects how we're going to end at 30th June. so any major variations. And we have included the intermodal ex gratia payment there, which relates to current year and apart from the previous year. So we are quite, well, this is the first quarterly review that we are actually putting this adjustment through. And the reason being that this is, we have we engaged a consultant to do a model for it. And we are quite certain that we will probably get some kind of endorsement. Now look, from the accounting point of view, we don't have to physically receive the money by 30 June, as long as there is, we can demonstrate that yes, it is receivable, we can accrue it. So we got another 3 months. If we get some kind of agreement by the stakeholders, we can still accrue it. It will be reflected in the results up to 30 June 2019.
And never am I bringing across that you're doing the wrong thing by the books. Never take that on. It's just the way I see it. If it's done, that quarter, money's in the bank, accruals, not accruals, provide a what's in the bank, what we've spent report. In relation to that, can we just, scroll down to number, this is going to hurt, but I'll get to do it. Remove number 5. And then Councillor Haggerty is going to push his button in a second, remove something else.
I'm happy to withdraw my foreshadowed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
In the interest of having a unanimous budget.
Okay. Second to approve it? Yes, he's smiling and nodding. Okay, I think there's been a lot of debate and I think the sentiments are quite clear. I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Sheldon is... Councillor Sheldon against? I declare it carried. The next item is on page 68.
I have a motion, Madam Mayor.
What is your motion, Councillor?
The motion is that Council adopts the Code of Meeting Practice with the alteration to place the video recording of Council meetings onto the Council website for a period of no less than 12 months for full public access. That would be a change to 5.22, a webcast recording of each meeting of the Council and Committee of the Council to be retained on the Council website for at least 12 months, and the recordings of meetings may be disposed of in accordance with the State Records Act 1998.
So thank you, Councillor Rhodes, for your seconder. Yes. Councillor Hall is seconding.
I move as per the book.
As per the book, foreshadowed. Thank you, Councillor Haggerty. Fine. Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The changes to the Act that instruct councils to make available the recordings of the council meetings on their websites was for the intention of creating greater inclusivity, transparency, accountability and accessibility for the communities that they serve. Council meetings are held midweek at the busiest time for our constituents who pay rates, vote and have a genuine interest in how council is best serving them. In Liverpool, I think it is, 80%, I'm not too sure, of constituents who have to leave the Liverpool LGA each day to work. At the time of our council meetings are being live streamed on our council website, they're not even home from work. When they do get home, they are busy providing family meals and preparing for work or school for the next day. In Liverpool, we have one of the highest number of constituents with disability or people in need of domestic care and personal help. That particular time slot is one of the busiest times when those people, both carers and people needing care, are not available. I know this for a fact because I looked after my father for the last 5 years of his life, and I know how busy it is for carers at that time. They are not available at the time of council live streams the council meetings. In Liverpool, we have a high percentage of constituents who work night shift, and they are not available at the time of the live stream. We pride ourselves on being a health education hub, and yet doctors, nurses, educators, students, nighttime shift workers and hospitality workers are all people who work nights and are being excluded if we do not upload the video recordings onto the website. This is the only way they can engage at a time when they are available. This council has nothing to hide from our constituents. By limiting the access of the recording of the council meetings, that's the first things that constituents begin to think. What is Liverpool Council hiding? We don't want them to think that. The recordings of council meetings are there to validate and substantiate the written minutes. The recordings cannot undermine the minutes of the meeting, as councillors have been previously advised. In writing the minutes of the council meetings, the recordings of the meetings are often referenced to assure the accuracy of those minutes. That's not undermining, that is actually validating the written minutes. The Director of Institute for Public Policy and Governance at the University of Technology said research showed that people held their council in higher regard when they had more contact and more exposure to what their councils did. It is difficult to necessarily understand the range of things that councils do or the complexity of the decisions that we have to make if you are not involved with the councils. Other councils who have embraced the opportunity to better engage with their community through making the video recordings available on their websites are Wollongong, Northern Beaches, Wollondilly, Inner West Council, with Parramatta and Campbelltown tinkering. General Manager of Northern Beaches Council Mark Ferguson said that webcasting encouraged the community to understand and be involved with local issues. Our neighbouring council's Wollondilly Mayor Judith Henner said, "This is a great accomplishment for councils, as it is one step closer to bringing the Wollondilly community closer together." Wollondilly Council's General Manager Luke Johnson said webcasting council meetings is an excellent way to enhance access to the democratic decision process. Local government has a very broad range of responsibility and makes decisions that can affect the whole community. Uploading the video recording onto Council's website will provide Liverpool Council the opportunity to extend its transparency to the public involvement in council processes, increase the value of our relationship between council and our community, allow everyone equal and inclusive access to the opportunities to observe the decision-making process regardless of the actual council meeting times. Uploading the video recordings onto the council website is the democratic thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And I ask all councillors to endorse this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wish to speak against?
Question.
Yes, Councillor Hull.
A couple of issues here. The recordings, once they're put on, or as they are at the moment, being live streamed, if the public wants to record those, which they obviously can do by whatever technical means they have the ability to do so, once they do that, are they then allowed to use those recordings at their forums, resident action groups or anything like that? In other words, are these recordings restricted?
Yes.
It's an interesting question, Councillor. It's interesting because I'm not entirely sure of the live streaming technology and how easy it is to record a live stream, and I'm not sure I have anyone in the room who will be able to assist me with that. You can? Yeah. In relation to the legality, Mr Knight, would you just dump down so you're next to a microphone? If a member of the public attempts to use a recording of the council meeting without our express permission, is there any legal recourse that council would have to that?
Through you, CEO, public meeting is implied. It's implied that the information being streamed from a public meeting is capable of being played again without consequence. I'd like to take that on notice, though.
Yep.
No filming or cameras in council meetings.
That's the public doing that.
Madam
we had an issue about 10, 15 years ago.
It's my understanding anything's become a public. It's become a public, so the public can use it. It's become public.
Mr Knight said he'd take that on notice and get some further advice, but that's his interpretation without looking further into the Privacy Act and recording. 7 people are currently watching, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hall, you had other questions?
Yes. Look, I fully support my colleague in this. The point is it's the equivalent of a public document that anybody can look at and peruse at their time of leisure. I fail to see why we should stop this being publicly available. What have we got to hide? What, your antics? I think this is ridiculous. We should be able to put this on our website for anybody and everybody to be able to download, peruse and analyse and dissect if necessary for any comments that are made that may not be legal. But that's the issue. All we want to do is prevent ourselves from looking foolish if we don't know all of the information. That's the reality. Well, if I make a mistake, I'm happy to admit that, and therefore I fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor. That's 2 speaking for. Anybody speaking against?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Haggerty.
I checked this afternoon and they were there, but are the minutes still available online?
Council meeting minutes, yes, always.
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against? There's only been speakers for, so you really, the right of reply as such, I'll let you have your right of reply, Councillor.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Look, thank you very much. There is nothing more important than this decision that we are making. It is a decision which is the right decision. It is a decision to give our constituents the same rights as constituents in other LGAs. We can do the right thing here and not exclude anybody, because that is what you are doing. By only live streaming these council meetings, you are excluding, I would possibly hazard a guess, to half of the constituents of Liverpool. Is that the right thing to do? No, it is not. Do the right thing. Allow people the opportunity, the equal and fair opportunity to be able to view the recordings of council meetings by uploading them onto the council website.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put it. Those in favour, please raise your hand. 3, 4. Those against? It's a tie. I'm using my vote, and that I'm going to defeat the motion. Thank you. You've got a foreshadowed motion, Councillor Haggerty. Book?
Yes, as per the book.
Seconder? Thank you. I think we've done the debate. I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? The carried. Next item's on page 73. Don't all rush in.
Move that way, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Thank you, Councillor Khanib. Any opposition?
Yeah, can I be painful here and thank Eddie Jackson firstly for what he presented? Is there room in the meeting we're having next Friday to look into this a little bit further, along with the Georges River policy that's coming up shortly?
Yep, we can add that to the agenda.
So can I apologise and move that item I'll move that item to the next Friday session?
Yeah, there's no urgency to this item. It's just to try and make sure we're prepped for when it comes up. Yep.
Well, can I don't know, it's been moved and seconded. Do you just want to withdraw, or do you want me to foreshadow?
So what do you want to move, Tony?
That it's deferred to the June strategic, that thing that we're having next week.
I'm happy to withdraw with the...
Or just make it Councillor Shelton and Carney's motion, if you want. Saves you putting new movers and seconders.
So the motion now is deferral to the June
deferred
meeting,
pending the June.
and have the item, this item and another item put on the next meeting of the strategic panel.
Oh yeah, yeah. Bring in the other item as well then, and defer both of them.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
The Georges River item and this item be both on the agenda for the strategic panel.
Yeah, happy with that.
And this item be deferred to the June meeting. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, carried. Next item's on page 78.
I have some questions.
Questions?
I have a foreshadowed motion.
Somebody moved something. Okay.
Yeah, I moved what's in the book.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. We got a seconder? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Carney. Yes, questions, Councillor?
So we've rolled a few of these into one, make it more efficient for staff. Fantastic. How are we ensuring that we're not compromising community outcomes by making it easier for staff? So, yeah.
Okay.
Can I answer that question, Councillor? You're correct, it's an administrative efficiency, but we haven't, with the exception of the small grants program and changing the school criteria there, significantly changed any of the content of the grants program. So the community will still have the same access, just with some better clarification around some matters, and the policy frameworks will be put together. I actually think that's better for the community, rather than having to search through multiple policies. They're able to look at them like with like.
Yep, okay, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this one, but the amount of money for these hasn't changed, no.
Well, you've just voted on the quantum in the budget and it's the same, yep.
Yep. And just some specific questions in regards to the policy. 5.2i, which would have been good if I had the page number. Anyway, there's a little comment in there about the NDIS. I just want to know why we specifically called out the NDIS. Just
Page 84.
there you go.
It's in 5.2i. If I can take that on notice, noting that this is going on public exhibition, so I can come back. My understanding is because that is covered by Commonwealth programs, but I'd like to give you a more thorough explanation of that. So we'll bring it back, and certainly if there's an issue, you can debate that when it comes back to council.
All right. Yeah, no, it just seems weird to call out a specific program. 7.3. Call out the page number when you find it.
89.
89. Just in regards to those school grants, great initiative, fantastic, thumbs up. Could be the way I'm reading it, but for clarification, a high school, let's take, say for instance, a high school can only apply for one of these per student. They can't apply for all four of those in that square up the top.
I'm going to have to ask the staff for clarifications there. Galavis, is it one application per school or one application in each of the criteria per school?
Through the CEO is one school per category per year to just provide opportunities for more schools to participate in the program.
No, but sorry, just that's not answering the question. Each school, are they only putting up one student or are they putting up 4 students?
Through the CEO, they will be putting up 1 student.
So they can't apply for the student.
Can't you put like one application, okay, for like 3 or 4 students? You know what I mean? One application for a recipient.
That's if you wish to do that, councillors, then that's for you to determine. So you would be looking at each school being able to put in up to 4 applications. Is that what you're suggesting? So 1 application in each of the categories.
Well, my concern is it also down in 7.3.5 it says per high school and primary school. Now we have some colleges in the area that do primary and secondary, and if I'm reading this correctly, they can put up a student for high school for category 1 and primary school for category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, and one school can receive $6,000. If they're a college that takes in primary and secondary students, they nominate someone for each category. So I just want to make sure it's equitable.
Can we take that on notice and do some work on that over the period of public exhibition as well? Yep.
Thank you.
Can I foreshadow a motion, Mayor?
What's just the notion of your motion?
The first, to put it out on exhibition, but to make a change where no group can apply for multiple funding program waivers for the same event, that we endorse the community fees reduction and we don't proceed with the disaster relief program, noting that council staff can put up anything anytime. That's the gist of it. It's on the screen.
No, but they can apply for. Councillor, so just for my clarification, so what you're at the moment, as we've proposed, because this has come up numbers of times over the last couple of years, a community group could apply for a cash grant, and they could also apply for a fee waiver. And so your amendment advises that they can't do that; it's one or the other. Is that correct?
Yeah, and when we're talking about equity, exactly. So if you're a group, you can't then get a zero hall hire plus $10,000 plus what else is there? 3 things. And
that's pretty much
I'll explain that if I get the opportunity to talk for the motion.
I'll second that one. Please,
Okay,
Madam
we'll
Mayor.
hold on to that thought. Councillor Sheldon, do you want to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to item 3, with respect to the foreshadowed motion, we did in the past have a system where councillors could individually put out items with respect to disaster relief. It didn't work terribly well, and I might be in favour of something that's a little bit more systematic rather than going back to where we were in the past. It seems a step backward rather than a step forward, and I commend the motion as it is.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion in the board?
I'll speak against the motion, which is then really speaking for the foreshadowed. In relation to, we'll address Councillor Shelton first. If you have a program, a policy in place for that, but then it becomes very easy for that funding to happen. Currently, yes, it's a system of putting up a motion, which requires work. If you put a policy out there that says that we have this, it becomes easier for people, and we can talk about competing funds in our budget. And although this won't break the bank, every dollar is important. If a policy is there, it'll be used, and you'll end up spending a lot more money in relation to that instead of saying, okay, and I think we all supported Councillor Caliander's motion not long ago. It was raised by her, everybody supported it. In relation to the why I speak against that motion, I don't believe that we should. We are a growing council. There's a lot more organisations coming in with needs, and funds are limited. So in order to spread the love around, we can see from the donations report that's coming up soon, although we've said yes to everything that qualifies and is in the area, there's a lot more others that have, or nearly everything, sorry, Councillor, that's in the area. There's a limited budget, and I think it's important to be able to then spread that budget around. We're growing, there's going to be a lot more community groups, and I just don't want to see it just being used by, a few groups. Make it smaller, spread out the love, and then everybody gets a little piece of the pie.
Thank you. Do you want to write a reply, Councillor Sheldon?
No, nothing further to add.
Thank you. I'm going to put the
Can
motion
I-
as moved. No, I'm going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Sheldon and seconded by Councillor Cunnib. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? We're using the casting vote. That motion is gone up. So, Councillor, your foreshadowed motion lapses. Next item is on page 107.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. I'm going to declare a 5-minute break. questions, councillor?
I feel for this club, I really do. I think that it is I'm all in support for things that are an attraction here for Liverpool. But I wonder if there is not a better way of us looking at this so that it would make me feel more enthusiastic about this if council was prepared to make this into a attraction more than just this club by introducing other, what would you call it, other car racing. They have different forms of car racing, and making it a bigger thing for people to come to. The numbers that worry me is the numbers that are involved. And it's a large amount of money. It's in a flood-prone zone area. I just wonder if council could consider, really it's in the wrong spot. It should be in a place where it isn't flood affected. That would be an ideal situation. And if we could get other people to be engaged in it so that it is a larger attraction than just this one small club, then it would certainly warrant the 100,000 injection. So my question is, can council consider other alternatives for this? Investigating the opportunity to invest in the provision of an engineering club, let's call it that, where we have other attractions, those small trains that they have. Something similar which is already out at Luddenham. That's my question.
Thank you, councillor. I think the staff will take that on notice.
I would like to move
a motion, please.
Well, you do it.
You want to do it? I'll do it. All right, try mine
Don't
first.
fight over it.
All right. I've already got mine typed out, so...
Okay, what is your motion, councillor
Well,
Chitty?
he hasn't seen it. And it's pretty much that we note that Hells Park is owned by council, provide funding of 120 for the resurfacing drainage works. And this is the point where I need some clarification. Direct the CEO to manage payment of funds for the project. Should there be a cost benefit by allowing the club to call for tenders? And 4, report back to council should funds be required to repair the state of the car park in that location. And I see clarification on number 3.
So, councillor, what you're essentially proposing is a grant of 120,000 to undertake this work. However, you're suggesting that we make sure that there's no cost overruns and we have a level of quality control over it by allowing the Radio Control Club to go out to tender, but the release of funds is contingent on councils reviewing them and approving them. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I suppose the next step from that is, let's face it, if council calls for a tender, compared to somebody else calling for a tender, you'll probably find the tender price could be a lot different.
I think that's a fair reflection.
That's totally right.
And that's where I'm getting at.
Can I say the club members have said that too?
So let them call for the tenders, but we manage the funds. Does it need to then go on exhibition if we do that?
Yes, it does. It does still need to go on exhibition. It still meets the requirements of Section 356 of the Local Government Act.
Although it's our land, we're managing the project. The only thing is we're just doing that. I'll put it in there. Should it be required?
Yeah, yes, please.
Yep.
I'll double check. My understanding is it would, but I'm happy to seek advice on that because it's one of those grey areas of Section 356.
So can we then put number 2 in the book as a number 5? Should it be required? And then put number 2. Yep.
Do we have a seconder?
I am happy to second.
I have another question.
Yes, councillor.
How much does it cost to build a new track from scratch?
Well, can I say to you that what they're using is actually a road. So if you think of a kilometre of road and whatever the cost of a kilometre of road would be...
35 million in the case of
35, yeah. Well, yes, 35 million was Venera, but... what would it could be half a kilometre of road, but
it's only a very small road, Madam Mayor.
No,
it's not like a major road. It's not like one of the roads we build.
No,
I've seen the size of the track.
Councillor, with respect, it has to be of certain qualifications for the international meets they have, and it does have to have specs, and so it is actually a good quality road, believe it or not, and it would be a minimum, I think, of 500 metres, but I think it's more than that. So what's the costing a kilometre of road?
Mr. Ottar, if you can make your best guesstimate
Just
for
a
a kilometre of road
Is worth-
resurfacing to a A grade standard.
It's worth Roughly.
Through the CEO, in relation to the tracks, we've actually estimated the full reconstruction of the tracks, and it's in the order of $250,000,
Yeah, or
$250,000,
plus,
$300,000.
yeah.
But to construct a road would be close to $1 million.
Yeah,
We're talking about
that's
vehicular
right, yeah,
traffic.
thought
That's quite
so.
different. So
So if you started from scratch, you'd be looking at around $1 million. Yeah, and actually the club is very happy to do a lot of the work themselves. There's a lot of genuine goodwill in that club.
I understand that, and I am supportive of the club. I'm just trying to make it have more of an opportunity to build. If it was attracted to, say, a social club, like the Catholic Club as one of their sporting activities, they would be in a position where they would attract more members. It would make that club grow.
Councillor, I respect your views, but sometimes people need to have their clubs for themselves, and in good time they may come to that conclusion, but at the moment they've worked well as a club. Now, yes, Councillor Haggerty.
I would like to speak in support of Councillor Hachiti's motion.
Go for it.
We've set a precedent here in the past. We gave some money to the netball courts on the proviso that they were doing the national and the state championships, and they provided numbers which said basically the amount of money that was coming into the local economy far outweighed the cost. We did the same with the hockey ground, and we're doing the same here. I don't know if councillors have had a chance to check their emails, but Tina has kindly provided some. Did it come from you? Didn't it? Yeah.
Councillor
Tina
Anne.
provided.
Miss Sangiuliano.
Miss Sangiuliano, sorry, provided some numbers this afternoon. Effectively, the club is estimating that the World Championships, which are due next year, will bring in about $570,000 to the local economy, and they're also bidding for future championships over the next few years. I've been down there for one of their championships. To dispel any perceptions, this is not a bunch of kids with some remote control cars. It's basically, Formula One on a miniature scale. They've got pit crews, they've got parts, it's all very professional. They use sort of GPS lasery things to measure their times. It's actually quite extraordinary. And if councillors and staff haven't been down there, I think we should arrange for maybe a bit of a
pit visit?
Yeah, and we have like the Wendy Waller Cup or something. And also to people at home watching online and people in the gallery, get down there, jump online, find out when their next meet is and go and watch it. You don't need to go to Eastern Creek, you don't need to go to Melbourne for the Grand Prix. Right here in Liverpool, we've got the miniature cars.
We have. All right, Councillor Chitty, did you want to speak to your motion? All right, I'm going to put it. I notice the clock is ticking on. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Next item is page 157.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Didd, any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Next item's on page 163.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Seconded.
Just got a quick question. Page 166, 167. There's a lot in there that the club received funding from the 17-18 grants. So back to then the point that we just made previously. So in this type of grants, they can only apply once?
Yes.
Okay.
The criteria for this grant is that they can't apply 2 consecutive years in a row. That's not the same criteria for the other grants. The sporting donations grants have always been different, and they're advised by the sporting committee. But again, the criteria is set by council. You can certainly change that if you wish to.
Okay, any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 169.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Carnib. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item.
Move a motion, Mayor.
Yes, what is your motion, Councillor?
It should pop up any second now, but I'll quickly read it out. Endorse the repurposing of property 7577 Hill Road, Lanier, for the purpose of tennis courts. Direct the CEO to commence planning to ensure that these courts are operational prior to the decommissioning of the courts in Phillips Park. 3, directs the CEO to include sufficient fundings to implement the works in the 2019-20 budget.
I'll second.
I move as per the book.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, that was
I meant the foreshadowed motion.
Just wait a moment, please. Read it.
This is the whole
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Yep. It's just the way it's written.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, that's, you know, the buildings that are opposite Phillips Park?
Hmm.
Yeah, the ones we've suggested for social housing.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we have a motion that's moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Didd, and we have a foreshadowed. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councillor Didd? No, I was just a bit confused on your first number one, that's all. I was reading it and it was reading like you weren't... Yeah, it's all right. It's my head. It's where my head's at. It's all right, it's the flu. Okay.
Councillors, we've heard from community groups, residents and whatnot in relation to these tennis courts. We've said we can't fit it into the current plans for Phillips Park, but it's important that we leave it in that area. Our issue was that we couldn't find room for it in the area. What a great opportunity now, right across the road, to be able to deliver some great state-of-the-art tennis courts before we decommission the other ones. The sporting groups, the community that's in that area can just now walk across the road, new courts, and we keep everyone happy. We get a brand new Phillips Park, we get tennis courts, and the community moves on very, very happy.
Thank you. Any opposition?
I am opposed to this motion, Madam Mayor. Extensive consultation over a number of years has been done on Phillips Park. Granted, there are a small number of people who are very passionate about the sport of tennis. They will. We've addressed that by we're going to put some courts in over at McGurr Park. I think council should work double time to get that in. I agree with the sentiment that there shouldn't be a gap between them, that we should have them open at McGurr Park before we put them in. However, and that deals with that, I was chatting to a gentleman who's involved in the PCYC, and he was very excited that the tennis courts were coming because they have basketball courts out there, and they were actually interested in having a chat with us about that and perhaps partnering and seeing what they could do there, because they've got sort of two half courts, and I understand that you can paint them with different coloured paint potentially and use it for basketball and use it for tennis. So when the half a dozen or so people aren't playing tennis there, we can use it for other purposes and everyone enjoys the facilities. In relation to the what it's being proposed to be used for here, the affordable housing, excellent. I think that's a great initiative, and we should probably look at this as a pilot. And if it's successful, roll it out to other areas that we've got. Can I also suggest that we look to see if we can partner with like a university to do a bit of research around it? So get them involved early on and maybe, you know, set some guidelines up, measure some outcomes and see how successful it is. That's me done.
Thank you. Any other speakers for Councillor Chitty's motion?
I'll speak in favour of that, Madam Mayor. It wasn't brought to my attention that there was a petition of over 200 signatures that requested that the tennis courts stay in Lanier. That's a large number of constituents that really wanted the tennis courts to stay in that vicinity, and they have their reasons for that. As to the other proposal, I cannot endorse a development that concentrates affordable social housing in one location.
Point of order.
I would have thought that
Hold on a moment, Councillor. What's your point of order?
Is it affordable housing, social housing, or affordable social housing?
It would be
affordable slash.
There's an important distinction.
Yes, social housing is provided by government. This is affordable housing, which would be provided through an affordable housing provider.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's call it affordable housing. I do object to putting concentrations in the one area. I would have thought that people had have learned. Well, in the actual report, Councillor, it tells us that the majority of people that are living in this area are on very low incomes. They are, in fact, I think it was 90% of them have Centrelink engagements. What you're doing is putting people of a low income base all in one concentrated area. I don't think that is good. I don't think it's a good outcome for the people concerned, and I don't think it's a good outcome for Lanier. I think it's a much wiser principle to be able to share low incomes throughout a large LGA. And we've had examples of where this has gone wrong very close to us, out in very close LGAs, where this type of thing just did not work. So I can't, in all honesty, go along with any development that is concentrating on putting people with low incomes all in the one area.
Can I speak again? In favour of my motion?
No, because yours isn't here yet. But you've spoken against the motion. Does any other speakers against the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to speak against the motion.
Yes.
We have obviously been considering the issue of tennis courts at Lanier for a considerable period of time, and at all points, the majority of council has voted in favour of what the master plan currently looks like. When the tennis strategy came before us, we voted in favour of transferring these facilities to McGurk Park, where there is an opportunity to expand them, to provide more flexibility to the facilities that we have available for residents. To have this issue come up again and again and again, because it's been pushed by, I guess, particular people who are very passionate about the issue and who have a very particular vision in what they want. And I'm also concerned, following on from a point made earlier tonight about misinformation and the sort of the quality of information that's put out to residents. And I think some of this stems from that. I myself have had a number of conversations with residents who have been told a particular version of events, and when I've said, no, this has sort of been the timeline, this is what's happened, they're unaware of that. And I think in making decisions based on some of that information, misinformation, would be extremely dangerous path to go down for us. And in relation to actually having more community and social housing, there is a need for it within our LGA. That's why our social justice policy actually identifies that. So why can't we take up the opportunity to do something that we have identified as a strategic need?
The CEO has a query.
Councillor Hijidi, can I just clarify, are these additional tennis courts to the ones that have been endorsed to go in McGurk Park, or are they replacing the ones in McGurk Park? I want to know because we've completed the master plan for McGurk Park and I want to stop it if I need to.
Chances are it's not going to get up, but yeah, you can, depending on what the requirement for extra courts are, you'd determine that and say, do we need 2 sets or do we need just 1? I'm sure you'd bring that back to us in that. I just don't, yeah. All right.
Okay, thank you. Do you want your right to reply, Councillor?
Yeah, can I ask a question before making a couple of comments, and probably going to be taken on notice? How were these properties, how do they come into the hands of council? Yeah, and yes, I acknowledge that you probably have to take it on notice. And I'm just getting concerned here, was it a Section 94 thing? Are we now making money out of something that was given to us?
No, I know it isn't.
And I'll, you can take that on notice as how it came. In relation, just on a couple of comments really quickly to close it off, I think we're confusing the two. No one is against Phillips Park. Everyone's saying we went out to consultation and whatnot. That's happening. It's all done. But I think the sentiments were, we wish we could keep them there, but we can't. Here's an opportunity to keep them there. I mean, we've got down in here, and I'm not sure if it's only worth $1.4 million for all that land, but I'm sure we'll undertake a valuation to determine but if you want to sell it for $1.4 million, I'm sure they'll be lining up at that price. In relation, and this is not a shot at thing, if you want to make housing more affordable in this area, get rid of things like compliance levies. Sorry, put more staff on for DAs to ensure that the process, you're not doing a bad job. What I'm saying is to ensure there's even quicker turnaround times. They're quick at the moment, but even quicker. Yeah, and I'm not saying anything there. But how do you make housing cheaper? You cut red tape where you can, and this council has cut a lot of red tape, and you make fees cheaper to ensure that you provide a product to the market. We're all for Phillips Park. here's an opportunity to keep them in there. I think the sentiments were, if we could, we would. Here's your opportunity, and that's it.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Didd. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against? Clear, the motion has division. Okay. Those in favour, please stand. Those against, please stand. And I'm using my vote. Okay. So there you go. All right, the next item on the agenda is on page 186.
I had a motion.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about you, Councillor. Your motion is the book, yes?
Yes, and I'd like
we
to
can all leave now.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
All right, now you can speak to your motion, Councillor.
Couple of points here. You can take this one on notice. Is tennis courts a permitted use as it's currently zoned? And if not, then we'd have to zone it, and it'd take a long time, by which time we could have built them at Go Park.
I will have, it's R3 zoning. Tennis courts normally go on RE1, but I presume you could put a tennis court on R3. I'm looking at Mr. Moore. This is one of those. We'll come back to you on that. I do just want to say, councillors, and noting that the motion didn't get through, that I did explore the option of tennis courts, and we were concerned that there were some physical site constraints as well. So just to be aware of that too. But that wouldn't. I'm not trying to say that to prohibit it, because we could have purchased other land if we needed to.
All right. Now, in regards to my motion, Councillor Rhodes referred to a petition. Is that the petition that the member for Holsworthy was circulating? I just want to know what petition we're talking about.
I think that there is no point of order. That's an inquiry, a genuine inquiry.
You can...
Is it? I'll ask the question on your behalf, Councillor. There was a petition of 200 people. Do we know where it originated from?
Yes, I would like to know if council has known about it, because council hasn't told us that there were 200 people.
Anyway, I'm aware of a petition that the member for Holsworthy was...
I haven't. I will go back and check for you, councillor, but to my knowledge, no petition has been formally tabled to council.
Okay, thank you.
In regards to that petition, I have some serious questions about the validity of the entries. I have it on good authority that someone put in 3 false names in regards to that petition, not naming names, but I'd question whether there were 200 names. Anyway,
thank you, Councillor. Your point of order would be the validity of what's been spoken about, and I think we need to be
just for his sake.
Right, back on my track.
We're on
back on track.
Live stream.
Yes.
And sorry, Mayor, with all respect to fellow councillor there, can you not interrupt? I know that you're very passionate, but when other people talk, can you please just butt out for a minute?
Excuse me, I'm the chair.
Sorry,
here. Thank
Mayor,
you.
Can you
both butt out for the moment? Councillor Callander has a point of order.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's been fixed up by the typist. We were just...
Okay, thank you. Now,
all right, I'll
back to your point of order.
Councillor,
please watch what you're saying.
Yes, stick to the topic. So, yep, spoke about it. I'm going to have Councillor Rhodes, after this meeting, you and I need to have a chat. Because you appear to be getting confused between social housing and affordable housing. They are two very, very, very different things. Social housing is, generally Department of Housing, Housing Commission, whatever you want to call it. And affordable housing is a very, very different thing. An example of affordable housing would be, let's say, an affordable housing unit in Bondi where the prices are so expensive, it's prohibitive for nurses, fireys and police officers in that area to live there. That's what affordable housing is. So it's very different from social housing. The price of property and price of a house in Sydney is very high, and it's out of the range of most people's budgets, right? So that is very different from social housing. Social housing is part of the safety net for people who, can't afford market rent. So having a bunch of people in affordable housing is no different to having a bunch of people in any neighbourhood where there's private rental, private home ownership. So let's have a chat after that. It's very, very different. What's being proposed here is affordable housing. That's all.
Okay. Councillor Callander, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Can I answer the
No.
direct?
No, I think that was his debate. And
Well, I will speak up again.
Well, you can speak against the motion in a moment. Councillor Caliendo, did you want to reserve your speaking until after Councillor Rhodes speaks against it?
I think that would be handy,
Councillor
Madam Mayor.
Rhodes, speak against.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Councillor Haggerty. Happy to catch up with you anytime. But unfortunately, in this very report that has been presented in the information being presented to Council in support of this particular development, it says, according to the Council information, in New South Wales, 28% of the affordable, and I'm sorry, they said / social housing tenants are unemployed and 94% receive Centrelink benefits. That's in our notes that we can draw out of the notes that are written here for us to understand the types of people that this sort of development is directed to. The proposal to concentrate these people in one area is not in the...
Point of order, who's these people?
These people that are... that the 94% are unemployed, or 94% receive Centrelink, and 24% are 94% are unemployed and receive Centrelink benefits.
Hold on a moment, Councillor. If you're asking a question which really isn't...
I'm not asking a question, I'm answering a question.
Councillor Rhodes, I'm not speaking to you, please. Be quiet. Councillor Haggerty, I think your point of order is more a question. Councillor Rhodes, I think it'd be wise not to call people these people. It is a bit stigmatising. You're talking about people who are eligible for social housing, and social housing is a very different criteria to affordable housing.
What I'm doing, Madam Mayor, is reading from the notes, from the reports that you put in. So from those reports, I would be of the understanding that this development is directed towards those people who are unemployed and on Centrelink benefits, despite what you just told me. I know the governments have already acknowledged that the most successful outcome for communities is not to put people of low incomes into one concentrated area. We have found that certainly it was called public housing in the past, out there at Claymore, very close to ours. You know, it was a disaster. They ended up bulldozing it down. The point is that we do not want to create a situation where we have concentrations of intergenerational disadvantaged people who have got no way. They're going to be renting.
Councillor, I'm going to have to stop you because what you're actually saying is dishonest. While you might be picking up your pieces of information from the report in front of you, the issue that is before us is affordable housing, not social housing. You're talking about social housing. So if you could shift your agenda and your mind to affordable housing, which is a state government initiative and is widely used across our LGA and other LGAs to ensure that people who live and work in the area who need to have housing, such as nurses, doctors, even doctors, believe it or not, and also paramedics, etc., have an ability to purchase a home. That's what affordable housing is. It's different to what you're talking about. And can I say, in the 1980s, there was a deliberate government policy to come out of the Housing Department that actually said a good mix of tenants, i.e. social and affordable and others, be actually accommodated in the same street, not have a whole suburb of one particular group of people with a particular economic situation. It was that actually came out in the 80s, that particular policy, and that is the policy that's still followed today. So the mix is important, and you're talking about policies that happened prior to the 80s. Those policies have gone.
Can I ask some questions, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
In relation, given that looks like this one will get up, that's in the book, in relation to the... Oh, firstly, yes, you can build tennis courts on that land. It's a recreation.
You can on R3.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, without going into the confidential attachment, but on the principles of the confidential attachment, council will, so about the fourth paragraph, can we not be, I don't want to go into closed session. Can we not do it that way and do it where we maximise? Obviously, if we go down this path that's in there, the return is very minimal. And we're talking about line, okay, council will, and then point 2, happy with point 1. Point 2, that's going to be a very, 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 very small return over a long period of time, you would think. We're investing less, we're getting less, but can we not do it the other way where we're investing more, we're building a portfolio if that's the way council wants to go? We're going to invest more, obviously we're going to take on more risk, but we're actually then getting more for the resident in the long term as well.
Can I answer that question? The answer firstly is yes, if council chooses to go down that path, but you need to be aware that they're there for our associated costs. So the intention of this is to reduce our costs from flabby assets that are depreciating and sitting on the books and require maintenance all the time. Land bank land that isn't frankly that valuable at the moment but no doubt will be in the future. Get a return in the future, so a boot scheme as you'll understand them, councillor, where it will transfer back into council ownership at a certain stage and not have to outlay the capital costs to build or manage facilities such as this. So that's the general thinking, but there are many, many models to do this, and I'm more than open if council are willing for us to go back and come back to you with alternative models and run some costs if that works for you.
If the mover would, instead of endorsing that, come back with a couple of options on how to do this for the long-term benefit of the ratepayer. It is prime land, it is worth a lot of money. Where do we end up if we go down this track? Where do we end up the other track, and then make an informed decision based on?
So basically two options. One if we do a BOOT model, and one if we go and basically do it ourselves, or probably a third model. What if we went 50-50 and did it in partnership?
Instead of just the one option.
Yep.
And if the mover and seconder would do that, that would be wonderful.
All right. So 1 stands. All right.
Can I also make a suggestion?
No, Councillor Did's way ahead of you. He's waiting very patiently. I'll let them finish their...
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, let them work it out first.
All right, present councillors with...
Present councillors with an option, with a financial options paper.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Can I now make a suggestion?
No, Councillor Did's next. Yes, Councillor Did.
Well, thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, Madam Mayor, first of all, I'm of the opinion that social houses or affordable houses are matters to the state and federal government. It's not council. Let councils do their job. Look after our cleaning the street, the parking, the park, and the other issues. You know what I mean? And the reason I am against the council recommendation, not because I don't like to see council developing our surplus assets. In fact, I'm in favour of that. Okay? But to be honest with you, as long as the majority of the residents who are asking for the tennis court to be located at the same place or the same suburbs, so I don't see why we don't take this opportunity to use 75, 77 and put the tennis court over there and try to generate some money out of that and forget about having a new one in Miller. It would just, to replace it instead of spending the money in Miller, make the resident happy and spend the money at 75, 77. And let the state government and federal government to go and spend some money on regard of social houses or affordable houses, whatever, and use our resources in a proper way instead. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I'll take that as speaking against the motion. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, a question. Would it be possible in a similar vein as to what we are considering here to do another alternative development, say for aged care facilities, which is in equal demand
Yes, councillor, and in fact the EII would tease that out. You'll have seen in the report that one of the areas that we specifically identified was the older women living alone category. That's one of the areas when we speak to community housing providers that they've really picked up is an issue in the Liverpool Council area. Now, they would be people on Centrelink, but these are women who generally have retired with very little superannuation, or who have had their husband die, or have ended up divorced and have very little to live on. So they get picked up in your Centrelink recipients, yet essentially what you'll be providing is transitional aged care that is appropriate for that particular community group. So that's definitely one of the target areas that we would be looking at.
And the other question that I have, this is a rent-only proposition, isn't it? People can't buy any of these units.
This particular one is a rent-only proposition.
Now, the problem that I've got with this is that is really not giving the people an opportunity to improve their situation. That's what I find, I have difficulty with it, because people are in there, they're going to create generations of rental situations.
The people that actually will be paying rent in affordable housing situations get them at a subsidised rate. So they actually do get less than a commercial rate or market rate.
That wasn't my concern.
No, but that helps them because they're able to actually earn a living and then, with a bit of luck, move from that particular setting on to something else. Now, we've had speakers for and against. Yes, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, just a question. Madam Mayor, can we direct the CEO to come back to council with a report about all our land surpluses and what council can do about it in regard of like affordable houses or social houses or whatever? If we are really worried about affordable houses, let's come back to us with the surplus assets, how we can use it, what we can do with it.
I think that would have to be a separate item, Councillor, because there's a lot of work involved. I would suggest that is something for another council meeting, but it's a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea.
Now,
Mayor,
councillors, yes, Councillor.
If I may, if the
Are
Mover
you
and the
speaking for or against?
I actually have a suggestion for point 1. I know that they're adamant they want to keep point 1 in there. And I'd be happy to support if just the wording was tweaked a little bit. So that council endorses the repurposing of the property at 7577 Hill Road, Lurnia, for housing, including community housing. The reason I want this is because it will give you the mix of demographics with the residents that move in there. So you'll provide the, I don't know what sensitive wording to use, premium housing, if you like, and then you'd have the affordable housing. Now, I don't know what the ratio would be, but we'd still have both kinds of housing in there, all levels of housing, to invite a mix of demographics into the area.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you happy to take that on board?
For housing, including affordable / community housing, you leave the word affordable and community in there. Happy with that.
Okay.
So what do you mean by community? I'm a little bit confused. Do you mean something connected to the state government? For example,
no,
housing
a community housing provider.
A community housing provider.
Can I just for Councillor Aid's information, because it's spot on with what most community housing providers do. They'll often do a mix that's affordable housing and full rental costs. That's partly how they offset their costs for community housing. So that's not an unusual process for them to go through at all. And I suspect when we went to EOI, it's a small block, really, comparatively, but they'd flush out what the economics of that is for themselves.
Okay, and can we just add to that, just for the sake of clarity, in turn, inviting a mix of demographics to the area, please.
Can I suggest you remove those words, but in those last ones?
It's very prescriptive.
But take it on board for number 2, present councillors with a financial options paper that is covered in that.
Yep, that'll take up all those issues.
Okay, I'm happy.
Okay, councillors, we've had a lot of discussion and I'm conscious of the time. This is an important issue. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. The next item is on page 186. Page 186.
Sorry, and I'd have to, and I apologise, following on from the other one, make the amendment that the ex gratia payment is not included, and then endorse the rest.
So you're moving a motion that says, 1, that council approves blah, 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 2, removes the blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've got a seconder for Councillor. Councillor did. I think everyone understands the sentiment. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it lost. Try it again. This is Councillor Chitty's motion where he's having the money removed out of the budget and also approving the identified budget variations. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Thank you.
No, don't do that, Tony. It wasn't you.
No, I'm not voting for that. Okay, next one's on page 218.
Yeah, we deferred that.
Oh.
231.
From 218.
Do we want to move these as a whole and pull out one? So,
Hold on.
well, all right, we'll move them as a whole with the exception of Committee 1.
This one, they were going
Or didn't you want
I'm concerned.
to? When are you going to put your?
Just hold on a moment, councillors. We're just got to check the minutes because on page 218 we have asked. Thank you. Yep, seconded.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Seconded. I just want for the
Just for the, okay, Councillor Chitty, thank you, and Councillor Ayard. I'll put it, those in favour, those against, carried. Next one's committees. Now, Councillor Haggerty, what were you suggesting?
That we move them as a whole, unless anyone wants to pull.
Yeah, I do need to, if we can just go to 01 just for the time being.
So 02, 03, 04, 05, 06 as a whole?
Just so that councillors, can we just go through quickly 01 and then work out if we go on the rest?
Okay, Councillor.
In relation to that committee, there is a recommendation. I'm sort of stuck here between a rock and a hard place given that I was on the committee, and then there's a recommendation by the officers not to do what the committee has requested. In relation to point 2, which it's been recommended that we don't go down that way. This was in relation to peer reviewing a traffic report that has been done by a professional experienced traffic analysis person. Obviously, we're never going to be in agreement on traffic with the reports that they've put forward. We have a local who is also a traffic engineer who's presented another report. The unfortunate thing is how much weight is being given to his report. And we determined at the committee probably the best way forward, and a suggestion was that I actually raised, was maybe we peer review his report and then send that to when we're doing our submissions at the Planning Commission Day, whenever it is that they're going to hear from us. Now, obviously, there is a cost, and there's 2 costs that are, one's either 30k roughly or one's 120k, depending on the scale. So there is a budget impact. Now, I suppose a question before we decide on this one is, this meeting is in June. How much time after that do we get to submit a report? Or if we did do this traffic peer review, because the community meeting is next month.
Yeah, it's June 16, I believe.
Yeah, so obviously we're not going to have that done by June 16. How valuable then is a peer review of that traffic report in future development applications? Because it's not going to be able to use for this one, let's face it.
I'd probably have to take that on notice and get the planners to give me some more information about that. But you're correct. I don't think it would be able to be completed, certainly if you went down the detailed path, in time to make these submissions. We can always, and we've done request this in the past, ask for an extension of submissions. But again, there's no guarantee we're going to get that, Councillor. If you wish to go down that path, you could approve funds of, say, up to 30,000 for traffic modelling on the proviso that we are able to get it completed prior to submissions or get submission extension. That would give you the get out of school if we're unable to do it, and I'm happy to try and find out in the next day or two or get back to councillors. What you don't want to do is wait for it to have to go back to council again because we've missed a shot altogether. So I'm just trying to think of a way you could do it that would give you some surety.
And that's not addressing, it might be useful for other purposes as well, concerning the Liverpool.
It may be, but without without having had a planner look at the detail of it, I can't answer that question on the floor of council. Again, I suggest what you want, if you want to do it, give yourself the approval now, so you've got it, and I don't have to come back to you with a number of provisos that I'm happy to circulate via email. So if it's a waste of council money for whatever reason, then I'm able to knock it out without returning to council. Otherwise, we just go forward with it. Does that make sense, councillor?
Question. Just a question, Madam Mayor. I mean, I didn't go to the intermodal committee meeting, Councillor Chitty. Do you know if that traffic engineer is actually going to present his findings to that meeting?
My understanding is, and as he has in, I think, every meeting, I think what's lacking is, how do I say this? Is he being taken seriously? We are, but is that report being taken seriously when somebody else hasn't reviewed it? Can it be seen as a local who is a traffic, and you would think that because he is an expert in the field, he's not going to put pen to paper on something that's not correct, but then it just gives it that bit more weight in a meeting. My understanding, I'm not sure he was here earlier, I think, would be there to present, obviously depending on their work schedule. I believe in it, and yes, let's invest. We've invested money. We've actually got a return so far because we've seen VPAs come through, we've seen other allowances, so the money we've spent hasn't been a waste of money. You know, do we invest the 30 or the 120K if we're going to use it?
I have a question. You mentioned a sort of provisos that could be used to sort of knock it out or kind of further clarify and restrict what it could be used for. What would be some of those things?
I would I would make it two parts, councillor. That you commit an amount up to X. That's for you to determine. On the proviso that it can either be used for future studies, effectively used for future studies, or if not effectively used for future studies, be completed and submitted in time for the current proposal. Does that do what you want, Councillor Hajidi? I think that does what you want. Yep. And I'll be able to, I think, get you advice back on both of those matters fairly quickly. It's just you're committing funds, so you need to get it approved by council now.
And just another question following on. My understanding is that the next IPC meeting is on the 18th of June. Is
that's correct.
Is that timeframe realistic for a peer?
That's what I need to check. I think I could fairly confidently tell you it's unrealistic for the detailed study, but I'll speak to Mr. Warify tomorrow and see what can be done within that period of time. Did you get those, Mr. Georgiakis? Yep.
Happy to second that motion.
So we're allocating $30,000 to do a peer review on the proviso that, where the CEO said, that it can be used for either a
future council submissions or in time for this one. Yep. Because it may not be used for future ones potentially, but we might be able to get it done in time for this one. So I just want to make sure both are in there. Charles, you okay? Yeah.
Question. The traffic and study guy has presented to me in the past and seems to be an expert. I am no expert. But is traffic modelling one of those things where, if you get, and I don't want to have a go at lawyers here, Councillor Shelton, but if you get six lawyers in a room, you get 7 opinions. Is traffic modelling one of those things where, look, he's presented to me, he seems to know what he's talking about and believes it and sounds good to me, but is it one of those things where...
I'm not trying to insult the traffic engineers, but yes, to some extent, there's always differences of opinion in how you interpret data. Yep.
Through you, CEO, if I can comment, I think, Councillor, the comment you're making, it's about the assumptions that you make when you're doing the modelling. But there are a set of assumed assumptions that need to be approved by the RMS and Transport for New South Wales. If you all start with the same basic assumption and you're all using the same software, you should be able to come up with the same results. The problem that we've had with the MIT has been the volume, the number of workers, the routes that are going to be used, and the scale of the modelling that has been done. MIT have spent $1 million on their modelling. I know Paul have done some modelling, and he's also made some assumptions. Some of them, the state government disputes. So we just need to be very careful about what we're going to be doing. And for 30,000, I don't think you'll be able to have a realistic information that would challenge what RMS and Cube has put forward.
Okay, councillors, you have that before you. Councillor Hichiti, have you got some wording you're happy with?
I'd leave it, and being the chair of that committee and finding a way around a solution on the night, that was the best thing I could come up with. Obviously, I cannot now sit here and not support a recommendation from that committee that I chaired, but I do want to ensure that if we do spend the money, there is a benefit to spending it. It can be used, and if any of those boxes aren't ticked, well then obviously we leave it in your hands to not make that, to not spend that money.
All right.
I'm going to foreshadow.
Well, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it lost. Guess what's your foreshadowed motion?
As per the book.
The foreshadowed motion is by what the recommendation is in the book.
Yeah, I think it.
And I'll try it again. Those in favour? Those against? Sorry. Carried. So there you go. All right, Councillor Haggerty and Councillor whoever, rest of the minutes.
Can I, just in relation to, and
Amanda.
I should bring it up instead of keep putting, I chair the Eastern Forum, but unfortunately the dates aren't working for me. So just put it out there that staff will be sending out for the rest of at least this year to look for a chair. When I initially said yes to it, my calendar synced perfectly, but unfortunately I didn't take into account that weeks change in my life at the moment, and that Tuesday night's no good.
Okay.
I nominate Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you.
I second it.
Okay, so Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Caliendo has moved and seconded all the rest of the minutes, and also moved that the replacement for chairing the Eastern, is it? Eastern Forum be Councillor Rhodes, and she's happy to accept that. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, carried. Next item is on page 281.
Thank you for the detailed response to my 3 questions. My issue is with the quote-unquote answer to question 3. It doesn't really address my question, so it doesn't answer my question. So I would like to put a motion, and that motion is that we write to whoever's in charge, because it's not clear with a lot of these things, that we include bridging the digital divide as one of those 4, as an additional commitment. So if everyone wants to go to page 284 of their books, you'll see that there's 4 dot points down the bottom. I think we should write to whoever's looking after the city deal. There seems to be multiple responsibilities there, but we request that bridging the digital divide be one of those main pillars. Yep.
Thank you. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, carried. Next item's on page 286.
Just in relation to number 2, thank you for number 1. Number two, I'm sure we'll receive an update shortly from the relevant director that he has been providing us. I suppose my concern and question is, if there's a building at the moment that doesn't have a building certificate, and unfortunately somebody or something happens to that building and there's people in there and that we now know about it, who is liable?
I'd have to take that on notice, councillor, because I suspect it's not as simple an answer as instinct would imply. But please, I'll take that on notice and I'll get some advice back to you.
And then we also received an email, sorry, I've been going through it, in relation to the PowerPoint testing. And my understanding at a briefing session that everything was back up to date with the leads and the tags and whatnot. And I made the suggestion that we not pay the person that actually did it. Can we, what happens in that case also? And I'm going to put it out there. Level 5 men's bathrooms, for example, are a year overdue. The Casula Community Centre, unless we've done it recently, was 2 years overdue. I don't want to keep raising these things, but I do have a concern where we go out there and our buildings, but then, and if I'm wrong, I apologise, being told that everything has been tested. If someone was then to electrocute themselves, and we've been told that they have been tested, as councillors, are we now liable for not fixing a problem that we know about? So if you can respond to...
I can respond to that. My guess is I'm liable, not you, councillor, but I'm happy to respond to that.
Okay, thank you. Next item's on page 287.
Yes, thank you very much for the answers to the questions. From my understanding of the answers, can you tell me if this is correct? Council does the detailed fine zone planning permitted within the state government's Department of Planning already adopted broad planning controls in partnership with the City Deal, who set up the Western Sydney Planning Partnership, who then set up the Project Control Group, which is chaired by Liverpool Council of City Economy and Growth. So the answer to the question, who does the detailed fine zoning in the Aerotropolis, would that be Liverpool Council?
No, that's not correct, councillor. So the area that is subject to the Aerotropolis is for planning purposes, under state government control, and is likely, most likely, though not guaranteed, to be gazetted under a SEP rather than the LEP, which means it will be done under state environment plan. At present, it's under direction from the New South Wales Minister for Planning, Industry and the Environment. So the New South Wales Minister has handed the work of undertaking the detailed planning, as you've seen, to the Planning Partnership. The Planning Partnership is the client of the Minister of Planning. So while we have staff who are assisting to work on that, they're just working on it like we would work on anything else. The final recommendations go up to the Minister for Planning, and the Minister for Planning is the final authority to gazette that land. So Liverpool Council has administrative control of the Planning Partnership because one of the councils has to, but the Planning Partnership Project Control Group, which is made up of the Directors of Planning, representatives from DPE, from Sydney Water, from Transport for New South Wales, and of course 8 other councils, they make sure that the Planning Partnership is doing the work as directed by the Minister, so they act like any other PCG, and they then make recommendations up through the City Deal Leadership Group. So the answer is no, Liverpool Council is not directing that work. The Minister for Planning is directing that work and will be the final consent authority.
I'm still confused. I think I'll take it up with you on a private matter.
More than happy to discuss it further. It is a bit complex, I have to say. I had to sit down and work it all out on a piece of paper for myself.
It reminds me of how many people do we need to change a light bulb?
It has to want to change.
Madam Mayor, I've got a question in relation to QWNO3, if I may.
Yes, councillor.
Yeah, on page 288, halfway down the page. Is it possible to be more precise as to when the stage 2 LUIP is due out? We've got here the working with the DPE, Minister for Planning, to confirm timelines, etc., etc. Can anyone put that just a little bit more precisely, or not?
Look, the original intention was to have the stage 2 Lewitt with the 3 initial precincts by the end of the year. That's probably a bit unrealistic, partly because the elections have got in the way, so that's slowed absolutely everything down. The planning partnership is very aware that council's LEP needs to go to the minister mid-next year, and it seems to make some sense to try and align the 2 projects together. I mean, they are fundamentally both in our council area, and it would be nice to have a SEP adopted at the same time as the LEP, but there isn't confirmed timelines there. Mr Moore, you're closer to this than me, if you want to speak to that.
No, through you, CEO, that's correct. There isn't a fixed time frame yet, but it was originally said in stage 1 that it would be done by the end of this year. One of the other reasons that that will push out is because that didn't factor in enough good community engagement, and the planning partnership have alerted the Minister and others to the need for that. So I would estimate it would be within the time frame that the CEO has mentioned, mid to probably to late next year before that's done. But it's complex and it's a large area, so it's important to put a bit of time into it.
Thank you.
Okay, you answered your question, Councillor. Councillor Sheldon, 290.
Yeah, nothing further, thanks.
Sorry?
Nothing
You happy?
further in relation to that.
Okay. 292 for Councillor Chitty, mosquitoes.
That's fine.
Thank you. Next item is on 293.
Economy and growth.
Comfortable that all VPAs will not require any amendments, don't have any issues, and will come to fruition within the timeframes approved by council.
The answer at this junction, Councillor, is no. I do have concerns around a major VPA. I don't have concerns that the deliverables will be delivered, but the timing has thrown out, and the Director and I are currently discussing potential ways of trying to manage that to make sure that community members aren't locked out of housing.
Does it need to be a motion or an undertaking that no changes to any VPAs will be made? And I know that they can't, but I'm sure there's always ways around words, should one choose to, and contracts, that unless they are being fully complied with, that no way is found to, how can I say this, go around the intent of the VPAs as endorsed fully by council.
For an amendment to a VPA to be made, and you know, I'm not going to be disingenuous, sometimes there are small ways around it, but for a major amendment to be made to a VPA, it requires a further resolution of council. So I'm not going to say that we might not bring a recommendation to you, and we've done that on occasions with VPAs, but I don't have the authority, and I'm looking at my General Counsel now, who would certainly assure me I don't have the authority to do that. It does require a resolution of council, and from my understanding also requires a further public exhibition.
So with and I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about, will council in any way sign off on a strata plan, a subdivision plan, any plan that allows certificates of titles for individual properties to be issued without notifying council?
Through the CEO, if there are any powers that we have in relation to this process that would see a breach of the VPA, then no, we wouldn't. But just to clarify, strata plans of subdivision don't require council's final sign-off. Torrens title plans of subdivision do before they're registered with the Land Titles Office. Strata plans of subdivision do not. However, there are other checkpoints and safety nets that are built into this VPA. I did clarify that point that I just made with our engineering staff just yesterday, and that is their advice. So I'm confident that's correct. But there are other checkpoints in the process. Admittedly, they sit with external parties that are authorised in construction, a private certifier. And we've spoken to them tonight. They would not do anything that put this, do anything that was against the terms of the VPA. So that's been clarified. That's the word they've given to us. But it also highlights that at some point, given that, I think what it highlights is that the checks and balances that are put in place on this VPA and many VPAs are good. What's changed is a little bit more time is required. And so if we need to make some changes, it would be on that basis only, to provide a bit more time to get the public benefits the VPA was looking for.
So I'm sure this private certifier is upstanding and law-abiding, but we will no doubt send out compliance officers to ensure that, for instance, people aren't occupying apartments that haven't been given an occupation certificate. Yes?
Sorry, so in that situation, I should have clarified. The strata plan of subdivision can't be registered with the Lands Titles Office without an occupation certificate. So they wouldn't be able to take possession of the apartment. So yes, we would check from a compliance point of view, but they wouldn't have legal access to the apartment at any rate.
Fair enough, but I've seen apartments that haven't been issued with occupation certificates with washing hanging on the line on the apartment. So let's send some compliance officers out there.
Can I ask, and you may or may not know, can a temporary occupation certificate be used for the Land Titles Office to issue a strata subdivision?
We'd have to take... Mr Knight, do you know?
So based on what's in place, from the way you read it, can a temporary occupation certificate be issued?
Through the CEO, a temporary occupation certificate can always be issued, but whether or not a strata plan of subdivision could be registered with the Land Titles Office while it's interim and not final, I'm not sure of. I would say not. Because, the building's not complete. But I can get back to you on that.
I just note that I am very concerned.
I think
Me too.
is, but at least it's not out of anybody's notice, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're moving on. Presentation by councillors, any? No. Notice of motion 1, emergency services levy, councillor.
Given the time, I'll be brief.
Good.
Look, essentially we know what's happened here. We've been sent $300,000 bill from the state government with little notice and wiggle room to find that money, therefore it's coming off the bottom line. $300,000 for, I think it's $12 million across the state, give or take, something like that. All this is asking for is that we be given appropriate time to be able to manage our budget and sort of find that money. I don't think anyone has an issue with ensuring emergency services agencies are appropriately funded or that they have appropriate amount of money to compensate workers. We all support the very hard work they do. We all agree that they need to be funded, but fair's fair.
Councillor, your second of your motion.
I'm not against it, Madam Mayor, but I've got a question.
Sorry, what did you say, councillor?
Yeah, I said I'm not against it, but I've got a question. On page 296, in the third paragraph of the CEO's comments, she's got, given that the payment of these levies is mandated under state legislation, there is no capacity for council to challenge these increases. Does that mean that Roman numeral 1 at the top of that page, call upon the New South Wales Government to fund the 12 months, that cannot be achieved, or is intended that the two can be read together?
The two can be read together, councillor. It means, unlike potentially other bills, while it still sits there in its state government, I'm required to pay it. But that doesn't mean we can't go to them and request that they change it. They're not inconsistent. It simply means that if they continue to provide me with the bill, I have no option but to pay it.
I'll second the motion.
Quick question. No option but to pay it. No. What happens if you just don't pay it? Like, what can they do? I'm not against the levy. The funding split is the same. everything is, but it's obviously the increase in the time frame. This was supported by everyone in Parliament when they increased the levy. But what can they do if we just don't pay it?
Look, it's a good question. I guess in the final point, they can force us under administration for refusing to accept state government direction. But I don't know. I don't know of any councils who have just point blank refused to pay a mandated levy. I'm happy to ask my general counsel. He's working hard tonight, Mr. Knight, to investigate what would be the impact if we just didn't pay.
Because I'm in the mind of moving a motion to just not pay it.
Okay.
And just see what they do.
I'm always up for a challenge.
I'll foreshadow a motion that council does not pay this bill.
Point of order, is that legal?
Given
It's
that
courageous.
we are born out of state government legislation, councillor, I think we'd have a pretty hard time not paying it. We are beholding to the state government through legislation, so...
Madam Mayor, I can tell you that the local government in New South Wales lobbying on behalf of all council with the Premier and with the relevant ministers in this regard. And the negotiation is still going on.
That's right.
We may be able next month, after next month's meeting, to give you some information if it will be successful or not. But I doubt it very much, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Wait a minute, councillor. I just need a second for Councillor Haggerty's motion. Oh, well, he didn't exactly say he said it. He just said, I'm not against it.
No, I seconded it later
I just
on.
want a
Thank you,
question.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Sorry.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. I think that, I agree with absolutely everything. Of course, who wouldn't? But I think that the letter is exceptionally long, and I think that probably a more concise letter that simply is a letter that is written to all the ministers and government and everybody that you've suggested, expressing council's concern regarding the increase in emergency service levy imposed on councils at such short notice without consultation, and further advocate for the state government to consult with local government to discuss alternate possible arrangements to enable delivery of the increases without negatively affecting budget allocations for delivery of essential services in local government areas, says the same thing, but it is, you might get a better response. And you're not...
Councillors, can I assure you that we're well versed in writing letters? I think we can, for the sake of time, work it out.
Well, I'm just asking, is
But I
all
appreciate
this
you.
going into the letter?
Well, the sentiment of the motion will go into the letter.
And that's what I was expressing.
Thank you for that.
Well,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
the
Hidd.
motion is crystal clear. In fact, local government, New South Wales, encourage all councils
Yep.
to write to the Premier and the relevant minister. It's no doubt about that. You know what I mean? But as I said, the negotiation is still on with the Premier.
Yep.
And we can wait. But
This
to
isn't the
write to
first
minister,
time.
To write to the minister, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, this isn't the first time this has happened either, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item, Councillor Haggerty. I think you're, wouldn't it? Yep, you are.
Yes. Wouldn't this be lovely if we brought this in? Get on with it. Basically, wood is being used increasingly by councils around Australia and internationally. There are some amazing public buildings in Sydney and around the country, aquatic centres, libraries, community centres. Even private developers are moving to timber. There's an affordable housing provider in Campbelltown who's building basically a series of sort of residential flat buildings down there, all out of timber. It'll be the largest timber building in Australia, right down the road in Campbelltown. One of the new commercial buildings in Barangaroo has been built out of timber, and there's a number of sort of 8 to 10 storey residential flat buildings in Melbourne and Brisbane that have been built out of timber. Now, it's not just timber where you cut a tree down and whack it up. It's actually engineered and treated. It's laminated. It's cheaper and quicker than other existing building materials. It has the benefit of tackling climate change, and it looks amazing. I've had a look at some of the buildings built out of timber, and they are very beautiful. So what I'm asking here for is not that we go willy-nilly and start building buildings out of timber. It's that we bring a policy back in 6 months, and in the meantime we get a briefing on what it actually means, and have a look at some of the kind of buildings that are built out of timber. It wouldn't mandate the use of timber; it simply prioritises it when appropriate, and it's safe. So before anyone asks the question, yes, it's safe. It's engineered wood, and I would much rather live in a 10-storey building built out of engineered timber than a 30-storey one wrapped in flammable cladding. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Seconder?
I will second, but I also have a suggestion if Councillor Haggerty would be interested in incorporating it. I think it'd be great to sort of send something like this to Local Government New South Wales Conference in October to suggest that other councils across New South Wales also look at, say, a wood encouragement policy, if appropriate for them.
Happy to include.
Okay.
Well,
yes, Councillor Hadid.
Madam Mayor, look, quite honestly, what Councillor Haggerty talking about, we've seen it actually in the state of Colorado. I think it's Peter Howe, Councillor Howe, would you remember that? But yes, it is like a high-rising building, like 10, 12 stories. It's made fully from timber. But to my understanding, if you Google, there is too many incidents happen. There is a lot of risk. You know, so the information
I'll have to
we
have
received
to
from the state of
investigate it.
Colorado won't visit it. So I don't know if it's workable here or not. I don't know.
Oh, well, we're looking at it,
So
Councillor.
can I suggest, Councillor Haggerty, that you remove number 1? We get the briefing first with all the facts and figures and everything else. Is it sustainable? Does it work? What's the cost? Are trees better off in the ground instead of being built as buildings before we start work on the actual policy? That way we can make, given what Councillor Hadid just said, so we just do a 2-step process instead of throwing everything into one?
I was trying to be efficient and, you know, 2 birds with the 1 tree. Any building we build would have to comply with building regulations, as we just spoke about in the previous motion. It has to comply with fire, has to comply with structural things, so there's no issue. No.
So you're leaving it as it is? Okie dokie. All right, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against, lost. Next item's on page 300.
Move as is, Mayor. No, I don't want to speak about it. You've heard all about it.
Seconder for Councillor Chitty's motion. Thank you, Councillor Did. I think we know the sentiments. I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Lost.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move the next one with a new motion.
Okay, what's your new motion?
I'm trying to maybe get a motion up tonight, so I've changed it around a little bit. No, not my budget. The zero budget's my budget. That wasn't mine. And it's to acknowledge that we do have an issue, that we get a report back in, noting that we're getting a report, is it next month, about Bathurst Street? Okay.
Bathurst and Piri in June, and also the amendment to the LEP to progress Collymore next month as well.
Okay. So what we've done here, being really nice, and put December 19. Yep. So for 19, but to go a little bit further, and that's, can we get rid of some of that online into these car parks to free up the traffic flow through the CBD to create more capacity? That we have a plan for the CBD that accommodates cars. You've got it, and if all that doesn't happen,
that's a number of cats.
Number of cats, cars, and if all that doesn't happen by the December council meeting, we switch off the parking meters. So I've found a compromise.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Yeah.
I'll speak to it quickly. It's can we remove the curbside traffic to ensure that we get better traffic? And this is a report, before you start shaking like your wood policy one. Let's have a look at all options. Actually, you lost yours. Sorry. It's really
too late in the night to raise a point of order.
I apologise. If we do get rid of some curbside in the CBD, does it free up traffic? Does it free up the traffic flow? Can we get cars through Big Street a lot quicker?
Yes.
Down Moore Street, I know there's parking restrictions at certain times, but if we find accommodation for it somewhere else, can we remove the on-street and free up the city so cars can actually flow through? If you think it's, and you're not even giving me a go here to even look at it, if it's something that it's worth looking at, please do so. If it's not, just let us know why it isn't. And I think we've got to get cracking on that southern end car park.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Haggerty.
Hi. I'm happy with 1. 2A, that's not the answer. What about we change A to have a look at options, including surge pricing. So that's being trialled in a number of places around the world where the curbside parking goes up and down based on demand. It works, it's much more effective, and it's actually, all the studies into it say it's cost neutral. So what it means, if it's busy, price goes up, you park in the parking lot. If it's not, the price goes down and you park there.
How about we look at all options to remove that? So you're looking at that as well? Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Look at all options. Okay, so your motion now is 1, 2, 3 with a part A and B, and a 2A that's not where it should be. Have a look at options, including search price. So we're just going to look at all options, I think, isn't it?
And I'm happy to accept that into as the second.
All right, so that could be 3A, I suppose.
Well, no, it replaces 2A.
It works in with 2A.
Oh, it works in with 2A. Have a look at all options, full stop. Okay, it's pretty clear. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Okay, the next item is confidential items. There'll be 2 items considered in confidential. There'll be Conf 1 and Conf 8. The rest are for Council to decide whether they wish to have them in confidential. Next item is 749.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
749. I've just got to get there. Sorry, guys.
I have a motion.
What is your motion, Councillor?
The motion that Council report back by the Council August meeting that identifies all current operating shelter-bound boarding facilities in the Liverpool, Fairfield, Camden and Campbelltown areas.
Excuse me, are you talking... No,
sorry.
We're in the confidential items. We're not into the shut meeting down rescission motion yet. Okay, so we're in the confidential items on page 4, 749. So...
My apologies.
That's okay. Confidential items in the minutes of strategic panel.
Move that way, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item is 756.
Move that way, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Seconded.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item is 761.
I've got some questions which will then relate to 76. Oh, actually, someone might have to leave here.
Councillor Hadid.
Because I'm going to try to... it's 76104, but I'm going to refer to 765 and 7671
Going to do them together.
as part of that, just to understand values.
And should that be in confidential, closed?
It's up to the councillors. As long as the confidential item...
How urgent are these 3 items?
Fairly urgent, Councillor.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of valuations for what I believe the same zoning of land in close proximity to each other with an underlying zoning of similarity, yet taking out the disturbance value in there. Just working out the significant difference.
Mr. Morgan, are you able to discuss that, noting you can't discuss the actual figures? I presume the evaluations are based on valuer generals, so we're working on the information that we're given. Is that correct, Mr. Morgan, or are these negotiated values, all of them?
Through the CEO, I'm not 100% sure of the exact numbers and there, but I think I'll have to take that on notice with regards to the particular values.
I do apologise, but I move to defer those 3 items for further discussion. Sorry, I really do apologise, but I'm just not... I told you before I'm going to incorporate the 3.
Can we move them into the closed session? I'm going into closed session later anyway.
Just a minute, please. If you vote out of the 3, 4, 5 or 6, I have to leave the
Well, I said that to you from the start. Sorry,
Yeah.
Councillor.
Leave the room, Councillor.
All right, can I move? I don't want to go into closed session.
Can I suggest, Councillor, 04 and 05 are ones that refer to specific valuations. 06 is starting the process for compulsory acquisition, but doesn't put specific valuations on it. It gives valuation amount at the moment, but it isn't asking you to sell those properties at this point in time.
Yeah.
So if you were willing to do that, you could vote that through, because we're still in negotiation process. It just, compulsory acquisition takes so long as it is. I'm loath to have any extra time added to it. The other 2, I appreciate your concerns, and of course, if you want to defer them, that's fine. You can, of course, also defer all the lot of.
So which one is the important one?
Confo 6 is 5 parcels where we're currently in negotiation, but we haven't got to an agreed price yet.
Yeah.
Because we may end up going down the compulsory acquisition path, and because compulsory acquisition takes so long, we're asking council's permission to start that process with the intention and hope that we come back to you with negotiated prices during that process, and we don't have to end up down compulsory acquisition. But if I keep negotiating for another 12 months, we don't get anywhere, and then we have to go to compulsory acquisition. We're potentially looking at 24 to 36 months before we can actually complete this detention basin as a consequence. So this is a security net for us in terms of making sure that we've started the process.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's your right to do. Councillors, you've got the items before you. We've got Confo 3 on page 756.
Madam Mayor, are we going to deal with them together or separately?
No, separately.
Right, move.
Sorry, can you
move
just clarify?
Confo 3 as per the book?
Thank
if
you.
someone hasn't already done
Sorry,
that.
can we clarify where are we exactly in the book now?
Page 756. And the recommendations on page 757. It's on the confidential book. Yep.
It's the easement.
Didn't we do that?
No.
It's got moved, Sheldon.
No, we haven't done anything. No, we haven't gone 3, 4, 5 at all. We got into a discussion.
Well, Rhodes has left the thing, so we have to...
So
I'll put it as me seconded.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. So Confo 3 done. Confo 4, 761.
Move that way.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Koenig.
I will second.
Any discussion? I'll put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Then Confo 5.
Madam Mayor, just with this one, my issue was, sorry, I just want to refer to the correct page. Is this the one with the multiple lots?
No.
That's the next one.
That's the next one.
Yep. There's multiple parcels that are required for council to purchase to develop this detention basin. We've been negotiating with all of the landowners. As each of them come to satisfactory agreement with council, we have to bring it to you for approval. So this one, they've agreed on the price, but you need to approve it. The other 5, we're still in negotiation, and they may well agree on a price, but in the meantime, so that we don't lose time, we want to commence the compulsory acquisition process as well.
Move Confo 5, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. Seconded.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Koenig. Any opposition? I'll put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 771.
Okay, Madam Mayor, this is the one with the multiple lots.
Yep.
My concern was just with this one that the boundaries are not straight.
That was addressed in the briefing.
And, sorry, I wasn't there. What was the outcome? Are these boundaries going to be adjusted so people can actually build something on their land or make use of their land in the future.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan, are you able to speak to that? We've certainly looked at trying to limit the effect on people, including the purchase of some land that it is not technically required for the development of the detention basin, but creates better parcels for sale for the people who live on it. That may leave us with some surplus land, which we've been looking at in terms of the provision of things like children's playground and potentially developable land sometime in the future, but most likely for public recreation spaces, because we are conscious that the parcels need to be ones that are reasonable and favourable to members of the community. This will form part of the negotiation process with them as well, councillors, so they may well come to council and say they're happy to negotiate, but only if we purchase an additional 100 square metres or whatever it might be, and you then as councillors will have to determine if you're satisfied with that at that point in time.
Okay, so for example, if we vote for this, if this goes through, does that mean that these individuals, landowners, still have the opportunity to negotiate with council, or is this saying that's it, it's done?
No.
Okay, so this is just opening the door to more negotiation, fixing boundaries, coming to a proper price to keep them happy and council happy.
And if all else fails down the track, then we're able to do what we need to do.
But compulsory acquisition process takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months if you're lucky. So most likely we'll be able to negotiate an agreed settlement with all of these landowners. That's certainly what we're hoping for. But in the long run, if we're unable to do so, we need to have commenced compulsory acquisition sooner rather than later, or else we're never going to be able to build that detention basin.
Okay, I just want to be certain that it's still open to negotiation.
Yes. Completely,
I know
completely.
If that was me, I wouldn't be happy.
Completely. And look, I'm more than happy for the land. We'll explain to the landowners what this means. They understand that in the final point, if they're unable to come to an agreement with council, that's what occurs for infrastructure projects. But hopefully we'll get there. I'm fairly confident with most of them. Mr. Morgan, would you agree with that?
Yeah, through the CEO, the process involves compulsory acquisition. You have to have a certain number of months to negotiate with the tenant before you can actually press the button. Sorry, the landowner before you can press the button. So yes, there is the opportunity to negotiate, which is usually the best outcome. It's the best outcome. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a mover.
I will move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Calienda. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Carnib. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Can you ask the two gentlemen to come back in, please? And I'll move while we're waiting because we have a quorum and I'm conscious of the time. Confo 7, which is on page 778.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. Seconded, Councillor Hall. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. We're now moving into confidential session because under section 10(2) of the Act, because of confidential information and commercial in confidence, and we will be closed to the public. and other ways and means as the CEO determines, and the goal is to improve the civic pride by promoting local talent and continue to assist local talent by getting them to perform at council events such as Australia Day to assist in their development. They're the two. Meeting is now closed. Thank you for coming.